I'm amazing.
Actually.
I'm amazing.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident.
Ooh, was that a triple collab?
Get up. No. Ah! No. Get up. Get up. No. Oh. No.
Why this happened to me?
Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Today might be the last run. Probably not. But we have 3 Pokemon. We got we gotta get rid of Jirachi. I actually almost forgot. Sheesh. Where was Jirachi? Oh, here it is. In this farewell. We also have to buy Great Balls? Oh no, we don't. Not really. Let's just heal up and get rid of Jirachi. And mercy come, wash away what I've done. Let's go heal. Let us heal. Thank you for waiting. I was thinking of getting rid of the green screen, But it looks like more people prefer the green screen than not. So I think I'm just gonna add more effects for the green screen. Because as of now, it's just a green screen. Gotta make some cool stuff with it, you know what I mean? What? Ooh, like the GTA reward? Maybe we could add a GTA picture for it, you know, when it pops up. I want to add a bunch of stuff. So we're gonna look here for an ice Pokemon. I don't want to screw up either. I tend to take it very easy when we get into this, and then it screws everything up. I'm gonna actually be a little careful here. Again. Let's get some XP though here. I think Skiddo is a grass type. Hey, oh, it got frozen and then it thawed out. Really? I forgot it has insane physical attack though. I gotta remember that. Waste myself. What I got? Oh no! There's an ice type. And it's not fully evolved. For anyone wondering, that's Frostlass. Well, we would prefer Frostlass here. The thing is, Powder Snow, I feel like it still might kill it. So we're gonna take out our opponents one by one here. Gonna go for, oh, Jared Lick doesn't affect Jaretic. It's normal type, I guess. Okay, Snorant is the easiest to take. Clamperl seems to be a little annoying. I guess we have to pound them one by one. No, pound does like nothing. Oh my. Lick is super effective. Alright, we're gonna have to switch out here. Jesus. Look how many people just. Oh my god. We might have to run away here. I don't want to risk losing someone. Can't switch out? Can't escape? Alright, well, we're gonna have to Powder Snow everyone. Hey, that actually worked out perfectly. We'll be able to catch Snorant here, possibly. And Clamperl won't be able to do damage. Oh, he thawed out? Oh my god. What do we do here? We can't switch out. Do we Powder Snow again? It'll kill It killed both of them. Critical hit on Snorant. Oh my god. Kind of not a bad thing. No! No! I should have switched Pokemon. Shit. Run away. Oh, thank god. You see, I'm not careful in the beginning of streams. Never. That sucks though. We lost the ability to catch Snorant, which is Glalie Frostlass. Frostlass is actually good, being the only ice ghost type we can catch. I think. Yeah. Sheesh, that was close though. So in what? Hopefully the other horde doesn't have any ice types, because the way I made it, we can't catch any Pokemon with we're forced to catch ice Pokemon in hordes. Meloetta. We did get some XP though, which was cool. If we come up against that horde again, ooh, Celio. How lucky are we getting? Do I want to Powder Snow it though? I kind of do. I don't think it'll kill it. It did like nothing. Okay, we're gonna go for Pounds, And then Lovely Kiss. No, we're gonna pound a little more here, actually. Water Gun seems to be a little annoying. Gonna do... No, Encore. We can't use Lovely Kiss now. Alright, let's try a Pokeball. It is only a level 9, so... Don't want to waste Great Balls. It's not even a Walrein. Let's go! Well, what was his name? Blubby. Gotta be Blubby 4.0 over here. Let's go. Burabi. Base 4.0. Oh. No, let us get out of the grass. Giratina, are you serious? It has ominous. Let's run away. Don't want a verse of Giratina. 2 ice Pokemon in the first route of the stream. That is very lucky. I feel like we either get really lucky with ice Pokemon in the wild or not lucky at all. I mean, obviously there's times where it's in the middle, but yeah. What's up, Nico? How are ya? How are you? What's up? How you doing? Did that girl respond, or did that person respond to you on YouTube? What did I want to do here? I know. I think I'm gonna save here, actually. I think we have enough Pokeball Great Balls also. Oops. Oh, we have access to this now? Wait, what? Oh, never mind. There's only a little bit. We're gonna have to go back there for like the 4th or 5th gym. I forgot which one it was. Which way was it? Oh, it was here. Good morning. Good afternoon. Ohayou gozaimasu. Espanol. I don't know how to say. I forgot all my Spanish. Good morning. How was your morning? What you gonna eat for breakfast? A shiny Charizard? Wait, that's not a shiny Charm. Isn't shiny Charmander like black? Why did it shine like that? What the heck? It is a shiny Charmander. Oh my god, are you serious? Do we just catch it for the lulz? Oh no, we might actually die to it. A freaking shiny a shiny Charmander we're gonna have to run away from. I feel like a shiny lock would be so much easier than this. Like, not even joking at all. Jesus. A Kyogre? What are these Pokemon? It has water pulse too. Oh, and it has Drizzle. That's right. God damn. Give us Kyurem. That's what I want to see. Look, it's a small Kyogre now. What's today? The 12th? It is the 12th. Flamingo. Flamingo. It's another Celio. Wait, we should look at what our Celio has, actually. Let's see. We know what everyone else has already. Let's see. He has Ice Body. Pokemon gradually regains HP in a hailstorm. That's whatever. Increased attack, decreased defense. I don't know if I like that. I think Celio is a special attacker. Yeah, he is a special attacker. He evolves into Walrein, obviously, who's a special attacker. At level 44, Jesus. So increased attack and lower defense is not good. Especially in a Nuzlocke. Flamingo. Another horde.
I said I would attack if there was a horde, so we're gonna powder snow here. One more powder snow and they're all dead. It's good XP. We only lost 1 damage. Ayo, Clam Pearl is frozen. This would have been perfect if we wanted to catch Snorunt. But no. Look at them leveling up. Obama level. Ooh, Blubby is in the double digits, baby. I wanna train a little more before the double battle here. Not against Remoraid though. Okay. Delio. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I was looking on Twitch maybe to watch something in the background while playing. I like how Celio keeps popping up in that Walrein though. Because we can't catch Walrein. So it just feels better, man. Jesus, this is the other horde with Reggie freaking Rock. The thing is, Rock could kill us, so let's run away. Even if it's level 5. Alright, I think it's... We can move on to the next area here. Double battle. This is the second hardest battle before the second gym. Obviously it's randomized, so it depends on that too, but yeah. Let's go Lovely Kiss to Golduck. And ooh, Razor Leaf actually might kill. Wait, maybe I shouldn't have Lovely Kiss to Golduck. Razor Leaf might kill Golduck. Oh, it didn't. Okay. Alright, then I think this is fine then. Joltik is a little annoying, but we should be okay here. Just Powder Snow, Razor Leaf combo. Joltik should die in 1 turn. I don't know if Lick would have been better there, but we don't have any ground moves yet, so. Jesus! That did a lot more damage than I expected. But I'm not worried. It should die from this. Hey, Powder Snow killed it. And we got a lot of XP, so it's a win-win situation here. Let's go heal up. The thought of like a little tiny twins killing us is kind of funny. Oh, yeah. Time to heal up. Ah! I almost dropped my pen. Let's go in here. This is gonna be a single battle. I think Obama might. It's just Obama is scary against fire type Pokemon. But we could always switch out to Clamperl. So let's see what happens. Tierno. Mess Spirit. Mess Spirit will have confusion and stuff like that probably. I don't know if it'll have a fire move. I think Lick is actually effective. Would be the smartest move here. But we're gonna try Razor Leaf. I'm kind of just curious at what it'll do. Okay, it did like nothing. Let's try Icy Wind. What did it use? Oh, it's still my move. And then it avoided my... Oh, that's annoying. Imprison. Oh, that's smart. It steals my move and then imprisons it. I mean, it's smart if... You know, he had more Pokemon, but all right, this is a total no. Oh, never mind. I was like, he got confused, and then he just gets buffeted and dies. Double slap. I don't think double slap is worth it. We're also at good levels here. I usually underlevel my Pokemon here, which isn't the best thing to do. I think we're good now. So there is a town nearby. Should we get the free item? Yeah, let's just get the free item. Aurora. Come on, pick it up. Fire gem. Totally useless. Now we have to go through that trainer again. Bro, Celio is like taunting us. I mean, we got a Celio, so. With terrible stats, but terrible nature, I should say. Okay, we passed by him. Full heal. That's actually helpful. It's a Yanma, Nathan's favorite Pokemon. Well, Yanmega, but I just realized we don't have crazy amount of health, so maybe switching out here would be smarter. So like Big Lips. Jesus. Please be fast enough, Big Lips. I think Jinx's speed, yeah, I remember seeing it was like pretty decent, so. There was a network error. What the heck? Am I even streaming still? Oh, okay. Gina, na 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 na. We're gonna save here. Is this guy I run into by accident sometimes? Where is he? There he is. Ah! I almost went in his way. Okay, we're good. We avoided both of the annoying trainers. Jesus, this is like the most annoying horde. Because of the Reggie Rock. And it just has a good diverse set of Pokemon, but okay. Finally here. I don't know if I want to do a randomizer anymore. There's not as much strategy involved with it. Because it's all randomized. Oh, I forgot. I always forget this cutscene. Not always, but sometimes. Sun's out. Shaking well out. Stirring, it scratches my skin. So what is wrong with another sin? Okay. I'm like spamming the X button. Let me go to palace. Wait, did I have to talk to her before going to the palace? Or do I just go? I don't remember. Okay. I just go. Alright, here we just gotta avoid these two trainers. And possibly run into it. If that was a Glaceon, that would be crazy. We still have enough Great Balls too, which is nice. We don't need to run into more Pokemon. Okay. Choose. Oh, she pays him. Do I not? I just realized this whole time she pays him, not me. Damn, she really thinks this is a date. Sheesh. Okay. It would be cool if we could go around the castle, like, from the outside, but it is what it is. Here I am. Alright, let's go get it.
Hello there.
What's up, God? About the it's about what? What is this song? How you doing, bro? How you doing? IDI, what does that mean? I don't. I'm doing crack. Nice. How does it taste? Are you sniffing it? Are you smoking it? Are you eating it? No, I'm eating it. Oh. How does it taste? I don't think I've ever met anyone who've eaten crack. I don't know what IDI means. I don't install. I don't know. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? I don't remember. Oh yeah. Come wait here. Have to go. This is show. Licking his lips, he's ready to win. This song is great. You should look it up. It's amazing. This is the music I grew up with, even though it came out like in the 80s or whatever. Here I am, rock you like a hurricane. Means I'm doing I. Ah, I didn't know that. IDI. I've never heard that. Is that a common phrase? It must be a newer generation thing. Or I just didn't know that. Oh, you just made it up? Bro, you're making me feel like the whole world knows it except me. What? I'm watching the video. Damn, this is so good. What the hell? This is The Rock. It sounds like The Rock too. This slaps. Yeah. That was beautiful. I put a tear in my eye. It actually did. I had a tear in my eye. Ugh. Yo, you think I should keep the green screen or you think I should show what's in my background? Nathan showed me this song actually. It's called Top. It's like while I'm not eating or something. Show? Yeah, I thought showing the background would be cool too. You should vote on the Discord because everyone on the Discord, the voting is for green screen. The thing is, if I keep the green screen, I want to add more stuff, like for rewards to be with the green screen. Or I have to get another camera that like points to the green screen. I don't know. I'm too lazy to vote. All right, then you're gonna see a green screen for the rest of your life. Which is okay, I guess. If I put my background, I would basically have to move my whole desk to the other side of the room, which is how I had it originally, which is fine. And you guys would see like a Naruto poster, a bunch of figurines, Pokeballs, balls. Everyone likes seeing balls, and I think that's it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about it. Gomenasai. There's 2 Pokemon that pop out here. And this is one of them. Darmanitan. I think we might train in this next area. This might be the last run, God, believe it or not. I mean, it's way too early to say, but... It's a Heliolisk. That's actually pretty cool. But we don't need it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's go. What is Pink Eye? Oh, Pink Eye. Pink eye, pink guy. You get it? That was so funny. Haha. You want to skip it? No. I'll skip it for you. Big gay Al. What's with you and gay stuff? I feel like you might be gay and you're trying to reject it. Just fine. I don't know. I don't know if it's fine, but hey. What? Why are you AAing me? Oh, I can't. I have to remember, like, after this next battle, we're not versing anyone until the second gym. So we might as well train everyone. Not even a song, and this is copyright? What? I don't understand what you're saying. How is this not a song? How is it copyright? None of the songs are copyright. Don't worry about it. Listen, we're not watching Avatar on stream, so I think we'll be okay. Yes, you're down. Oh, this is good. This is an ice Pokemon, so we get quick XP here. Wait, Gastrodon is not ice. I always confuse it with the other. It's water ground. Ooh, he's frozen. Perfect. The song's catchy. It doesn't sound. They don't even say anything about Avatar theme song. Hell yeah, that's a great song. Let's take Growl out for Ice Ball for now. Ice Ball could be useful-ish. Everything is super when you're gay. I don't know if that's true, but okay. Oh yeah, we caught another Pokemon. I should probably put it here. Delio. There we go. Yo. That's not how the song goes, is it? I should Lovely Kiss here, actually. Because Mud Bomb does a lot. That's so messed up. Why do you suck.com? I don't know if I want to go on that website, bro. No! I will not. I will skip your song instead. I have unlimited vetoes to skip any song I'd like. I have the power. Now this is a beautiful song. This puts a glint in my eye. What does he say? What does Thanos say? I don't remember. Hey, Slime redeemed first. That's funny because God was first here. Actually, Nico was first. How you doing, Slime? How are ya? Howdy. Howdy indeed. Ooh, we got some Avatar music. Oh my god, it's a Dialga. We caught another Pokemon, but we couldn't get a Snorunt, so we can't get Frostlass now. But we got Blubby 4.0. 4.0 because we had him 3 other runs, but... do we want to attack Dialga? Nope. You're pretty good? Good. Cool stuff with the plant in the bottle. It's making me want to watch Avatar. How these nuts. Wow, God. You copy pasting the rule set. That's crazy. I'm going to be a little smarter than usual here and actually train everyone up before the next battle. Because after the next battle, we don't verse anyone until the second gym, so we might as well train everyone here. I never end up putting Spike Cannon, but I don't know why. I think taking out Withdraw is probably smart. Shiny hunting a Torchic Masuda method? Ooh, good luck. It's funny. We ran into Shiny Charmander 15 minutes in, or like 10 minutes into the stream. Actually, probably should clip that. I'm getting chills, bro. I feel like we've run into so many like I feel like a shiny lock would be so much easier than this, to be honest. Been over before I hit you with my dime? What do you mean your dime? I want Obama Snow to get a ground move before moving on as well. That would be nice. How many tries have you gone through so far, Slime? Let's go Icy Wind. Maybe Razor Leaf would have been better. I don't know. It's like 10 different versions from the... Oh, this is awesome. Whoever has never watched this show, you have to. I implore you to watch Avatar: Last Airbender. You should have named Obama Snow Olden. Oh, Obama Snow Olden. that would be pretty crazy. Maybe I should have. I don't even... Yeah, possibly could have fit too. The worst part is that Torchic is one of the longest hatching Pokemon, but on the plus side, get a gold chicken nugget. True. True. I love this song. Let's go. I read God's message and I got really confused. Ashawat. I wish we could catch you, but you're gonna die. What are with all these starters? Is it one of the... I didn't know it was one of the longest hatching Pokemon, actually. I'm not skipping this. It sounds beautiful. You guys could vote, but I don't know if we have enough votes for that. This is beautiful. So there's two reasons that we're still in this grass area. One is to train, and second is to legitimately look for ice Pokemon. Why does this song sound familiar? What is this? What is this from? This song sounds so familiar. Like the beginning. I think this is a copyright-free song that I used in some of my videos like a year ago on YouTube. Like, I don't know, it sounds so familiar. What's with Regirock popping up everywhere too? I think it is actually. What is this? If it's Ubu Cat and the bad boy broke up. What does that even mean? Some of that stuff is cringe with the Ubu stuff, but some of it is cool, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely a copyright-free song that I've used in my videos in the past. Like, no joke. Do we want Swagger? Swagger is a bit of a scary move. We're not gonna... maybe it would have been good to put it, but... You just guessed? Yeah, you've been here for 10 years? No, you haven't. You've been here for 12. I wish I could remember which video of mine this was in, so I could like show you guys. Because it sounds so familiar. Swagger, geez, nuts. The quality is not that good though. Okay. Here, let me show you guys. What the hell is this? The name of this video is Haha Nice. And it has almost 1 million views. Jesus Christ. What was I looking for? Look for my videos, guys. I know everyone wants to see. Wait, what? Oh, this is the wrong thingy. Ugh. Gonna switch accounts real quick. Oh, I can't switch accounts. It's. I have a subscriber. Yay. Also, Ping Pong Moosters. One of my. Okay, this song is like annoying. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to skip that. It's like, I don't know why it sounds weird. I wanna look. I had a video that used that. Yeah, we're gonna skip that one too. I've hatched somewhere around 420 eggs, which should be around 14 boxes or 84 parties. Jesus. Starting to lose count, but I'm somewhere around there. Good job that you keep going with that. I have a lot of you know, we're on like run 100 something, so we're both grinding out here. Which video had it though? Which video? Music Mondays. Oh, this is when we hit 100 subscribers? What the heck? This is from a year ago when I was starting out on YouTube. This is my you guys want to see my first stream? How awkward I was? Look, watch this. Look at this. Why is it not loading? Load. Look at that. Look at that amazing quality. Why is it so bad? Okay, here, you could change. Oh my god. This is so bad. And it takes like 2 hours to load.
Oh yeah, my cousin was playing, so there was
Oh my god, it's so low volume too.
penguin skin.
Look, one of my students from Japan was messaging. He said, Idioto. Okay, no one wants to see this. Let's just get back to That's funny. Thank you for the hydrate. Sorry for seeing that late. The best song ever. Feel like it's really just a waiting and numbers game. True. I want my stepsis to get stuck. Nice. This is a good song. This song I learned from a viewer, Josh, who came to chat yesterday, who I haven't seen in a long time. I really like it. I think it is a lot of waiting and numbers. But with randomizers, it's like, I feel like more frustrating than looking for shinies or Ivies or Eevees. Actually, I don't know. Ivy searching is really seems like it would be frustrating too. But like with randomizers, every battle is like scary, especially with level caps and everything. Josh, these nuts. That doesn't even make sense. Take it on the other side. We're gonna go for level 20 before moving on here. Wait! We're not gonna do that. Should we? I forgot we have to verse some Team Flare members later. But whatever. I think we're high enough level to verse the next area. But we're gonna go in the other grass to look for more ice Pokemon as well. How long would I slide? Separate my side. I know. PureK.com. No, you. And you spelled your wrong. Oh my god, it's a Garchomp. Slime, how long have you been searching for this perfect chicken? I mean, this shiny chicken. There you go. You fixed it. But you can't do spaces. So I wouldn't be able to find that website. Can you do apostrophes on websites too? I don't know. But. Oh! A mammal swan? Are you freaking kidding me? Wait. This is so lucky. Not a website? Hey, what's up, doctor? How are ya? Why is my cum gay? And how can I be gay cum? I don't know. So for anyone, we basically couldn't catch a Snorunt, but we got Blubby 4.0. And now we're about to add, oh my god, we're actually gonna have a pretty decent team. If we don't screw this up. Razor Leaf is super effective here. I'm gonna do Powder Snow just to test out how much damage we got on Mammal Swan. That did a lot of damage. What the hell? Okay, and we're gonna have ground moves too, which is beautiful with Stab. Let's try a Pokeball. Jesus. Bro, it takes 2.5 minutes for the song to start. Please don't crit. I'm taking this risk. Please don't. Oh, he avoided it. Alright, we're gonna just try to catch him. With the Great Ball. Clear, decent. How you doing, doctor? I tried normal shiny. Oh, we caught her in one try. I tried normal shiny hunting, but I like the Masuda method more. I always forget what that method is, but cool. I tried to shiny hunt for a Ditto once, but instead found a shiny Zoroark and caught it anyways. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, shiny. It seems like you really like shiny Pokemon. With the shiny Dragonair. What'd you nickname it again? Snut or something? I think I've been searching for a few months, but with large breaks. Oh, wow. That's a long time. You've been doing lots of things? Gotcha. Just clear. I'll make him cry. What? Name him God? Yeah, we do usually name him God, right? So we'll name him God. God is back, boys. God is back. It's a whammon, though. Oh, yeah, Snoot. My bad. What did I say? Snort or something? That's like cocaine. That's a little different. I have a shiny Zoroark. Sheesh. My Dragonair name is Snootswood. Yeah. You're never gonna evolve it, are ya? Fully max and everything and a shiny Ditto. That sounds like a lot of BS, God. Oh yeah, Doctor, I ended up watching the Ludwig video where he beats all 3 Jump Kings, and he actually does it in less than an hour. Like, it seemed to be one after the other too, but I don't know. For real? Okay. Good job then. Good job. That's how you say that in Japanese. I honestly, I don't want to get excited, but we have a good team now. Why is Cubchoo here? Mammal Swan. Our worst party member is Celio. And Celio will evolve very, like, much later, but, you know. It's on Pokemon Shield. Oh. That's a bit more impressive, but still relatively doable. Yeah, he went on the, like, speedrun website, and he's like, yeah, I wouldn't rank anywhere here. That's still pretty impressive to me, though. But he said he spent, like, hours, like, training off stream, too. So that makes sense. I absolutely adore shiny Zoroark. I never even realized they exist. What does shiny Zoroark look like? Bro, what are... Oh my god, what are with these legendaries and the hordes? Thank god we already have a Jinx. We don't need to worry about, Smoochum. Run away here. Actually, do we want to run away? Should I Icy Wind? That's so risky. We're gonna run away. Okay, I don't want to hear Harry Styles talking any longer. You have a lot of shinies? Yeah, shinies are cool. Alright, let's see how... I just love the purple and the... Sorry for not reading the whole thing. I just love the purple and the yellow. I don't really use it, though. I just like to take care of it. Okay. Shiny Zorarark. Oh, wow. It looks okay. I don't know if I like the original more, though. Hard to say. Harudo to say. Oshawott is ice when it evolves. No, it isn't. Samurott is water fighting or just water. He might be a pure water. No. Yeah, he's a pure water. He's a pure water type. You're wrong. I'll bet you 20 gifted subs. Okay, look at this. It's literally a pure water type. Oshawott, Dewott, Samurott. They're all water. Now give me my subs. Plus, I already know it's not because I have a list of every ice Pokemon I could catch, and Samurott is not on that list. So, no, I had to look it up to double check. Yeah, I don't have much confidence in myself for Samurott's typing, but I thought it was pure water and possibly water fighting for some reason, but it is pure water. I really want to get a shiny Vaporeon. Shiny Vaporeon is also purple, right? And shiny Wooper, right? You like blue a lot, but you like the shiny Pokemon of blue type, blue colored Pokemon. That's kind of funny. Blue colored. That sounds so racist. I don't. Shiny Wooper is so cute. It looks just like an Axolotl. Does it? Does it really? What Zaddy needs. What the hell, bro? What the hell are you sending? What the heck are you sending? Let's get the free item. No, I want the free item. Starfberry. Oh yeah, I forgot we could just heal up ahead. I'm so stupid. I go back to heal up a lot of the times. I could go forward to heal up. I'm actually stupid. You guys are like, yeah, we know you're stupid. Like, we always knew that. Oh, no, never mind. I'm stupid again. She doesn't let you go past. Alright, let's do the double battle. This is the hardest battle before the second gem. Ooh, we got so lucky with the randomizer. Jesus, and a Nidoking? That's pretty cool.
Hello there.
Yo, what's up, bro? What's up, Chris? I almost have all the shinies Pokemon Shield. Really? Did you cheat for that, or you just spent a lot of hours on that? Really want a shiny Miltank. You've heard of Strawberry Cow? Now Blueberry Cow. That's actually funny. I'm excited. Am I? I'm not. I guess. This feels like a good run so far, but a lot of runs felt good, so I don't know. I spent months after months after months. Oh, Jesus. Good shite, then. That would be a cool thing, trying to get every shiny in a game. No, that would take forever, though. Months and months and months, I guess. Get that shiny Pikachu, God. How you doing, though, Chris? How's the life? How's the streamer life? Excadrill, I think we got Razor Leaf, right? What is he? A rock? Ground something. He's a ground steel. So, Razor Leaf would not be super effective here. Steel is actually a bit scary. Do we take the risk here? We do take the risk. We're gonna Icy Wind. That did kind of more damage than I thought. Ooh, we avoided it. That's so lucky. Oh my god, this is like the luckiest double battle ever. And we get good XP. And we get Ice Punch. Oh my god, she learns Ice Punch? Ice Punch is great. Wait, I think Jinx has... I don't remember if it has more attack or physical. It's a special attacker, not a physical attacker. That's kind of annoying. We could take out Pound, though. Pound sucks. I seen it, but I thought it was a normal Pikachu. That sucks. I'm okay, just got home, ate, and now I'm watching you play Pokemon. I'm skipping that. It's a meme, it's not a song. Nice. Nice. Are you gonna stream tonight? You gonna study? Do it, bro, do it! I mean, after you eat. Oh no, you ate. You said it already. I have every Pokemon in Shield, so I can get the shiny charm. What is the shiny charm? I don't know what that is. One step. One step. We're doing really, really well right now, though. We have 5 Pokemon before the second gym. I'm almost certain we won't lose to the second gym. We might lose someone in the second gym, but we're not going to lose in the second gym. Unless we do. I mean, he only has 2 Pokemon. Probably not. Lol, I don't know. I need to get settled first. Fair enough, fair enough. Now just the shiny Pikachu. Get it, bro. I'll offer a shiny Ditto for a shiny Pikachu. I don't even know if I have a shiny Pikachu. I don't have many shinies. The most shinies I literally found a shiny Charmander like 10 minutes into the stream. The most shinies I find are usually like in in emulators. Why are you struggling so much to beat this game? Where do you keep resetting? So it's basically because every Pokemon is randomized. And it's very hard to find ice Pokemon because every Pokemon is you see Regirock keeps popping up. So it's hard to get a decent team. Also because we can only use ice type Pokemon. All ice type Pokemon die to the same things, which is fire, rock, steel, and fighting. Fighting? Wait. Fire, rock, steel. Yeah, fighting? Yeah, fighting. So, like, because of that, if we go up against, like, a legendary that's, or a Magmortar, which could, like, certain Pokemon could just sweep our team. So, like, this guy does 4 times damage to Obama Snow, because Obama gets 4 times from ice. But we have 5 team members now, most of which are fully evolved. So, it's looking pretty decent. You know how hard it is to get a shiny Kubfu? Oh, yeah, I would guess that would be hard to get for sure. I don't even have Kubfu. I never got the DLC for Sword and Shield. I should probably stream that one day. I usually don't consider a shiny Pokemon my own unless I caught or hatched it myself. Of course. Oh, I guess I do have shiny Pokemon from like trading and the World's Trade, GTS or whatever. But yeah, I don't know if I would consider that like my own, like, you know. Or if you get it for free in the game, like shiny Gyarados. Like, it just doesn't feel special. Or shiny Metagross. It feels special, but not like you earned it, you know? I really dislike hacked shinies, especially hacked shiny legendaries. Yeah, hacked Pokemon are annoying. I remember my cousin hacked some Pokemon for me and him. And then I ended up like getting rid of them because I was like, I don't like the feeling of having them since
Hello there.
I have all these other Pokemon. By followers and viewers. Oh, that's a new link. I don't think I've seen that link before. What's up, Blaze Nation 420? I said every Pokemon. It took me 2 months, so now I just need a shiny Pikachu and it'll be set. Yes, I understand. But why are you yelling at me with the caps lock? Bye, Cubone. It might be good to train here, actually. Is he not a bot? Yeah, he is a bot. But my mod is not. I'm banning him, which is fine. I'm gonna mod him. I'm just joking. It could have been a troll. I don't know. I usually just ban right away when I see those. That's actually... Oh! Another ice type? Are you serious? What the hell? We're gonna have a full team of ice type Pokemon before the second gym. No, it's no worries, Doctor. It's no worries. It is a good point. They could be trolls, but usually when people just say that and they don't say anything within a few seconds, it's just bot. Ban God also. No, I'm joking. It'd be funny if something bad happened every time you release a legendary Pokemon into the wild. Yo, that would be cool. Let's go with Powder Snow. I'm joking, God. I'm joking. Jesus, that did a lot of damage. We're gonna go with one more Powder Snow here. Bro, takedown is Jesus, takedown is strong. What the hell? Avalog is a strong boy. What is his... His attack is insane. What the hell, guys? Look at this. His speed sucks. And his special defense sucks, but... we need someone with high physical defense to counter him. Or we just need to catch him. Let's go for the great ball. Come on. Come on, great ball. Oh, come on. Oh, I didn't use takedown. Okay, we have to switch out here. Or else we're gonna die. It's so powerful, though. Jesus Christ. It's using Harden. Oh, it's like not attacking anymore. I don't want to ice punch. I could probably powder snow here. Let's go with lovely kiss though. It'll make it easier to catch probably. So the message just looked weird. Usually there's some line about want to be famous. Yeah, yeah. It did look weird. That's a good point. Maybe I shouldn't have. Whatever. It is what it is. There's an unbanned form that they could use. And they probably left already. But I think you had the smarter approach. I shouldn't have banned right away. Let's go! Let's go! How lucky are we getting, baby? Oh. Just name it Berg. Blocky. We should have tapped it. I don't know what that means. Like iceberg. Yeah, we named it Flat Ice in the past. I like Blocky for some reason. I like Berg too, but it sounds too Jewish, like a Jewish last name, you know? And we don't like the Jews here, so it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm Jewish. I could say that. It's okay. We'll go with Blocky, okay? We'll go with Blocky because God is gonna hate me if I don't do it. Sorry, slime. Gomen nasai. Jesus, this is insanely good though. Do I need to get Twitter up in here? I named it Blocky, bro. I don't care if Twitter cancels me. No one can cancel me. I'm not big enough to be canceled. Haha, got it. Okay. Our team is looking pretty decent, actually. Let me look at my notes. According to my notes, it looks like... It looks like we have to verse level 21, 23, 23, 21. So we're going to train a little more over here. I want everyone to be level 20. I think that's good. I'm sorry, slime. Come on that side. Come on that side. Yo, imagine we run into a Curum and I want it so bad that I make everyone on our team die, and then we catch Curum and we just like having just Curum versus the entire team, which is what's worth it? I don't know if that's worth it. Why did I Razor Leaf? I should probably run away from Alarin. Yo, what is that link though? I kind of want to click on it. U.to Nefo Gdubu? That sounds very legit. Oh my god, Magmar, get out of my face, Magmar. Nice, God. Nice. Chansey. We're gonna attack Chansey to get some XP. Cannot add song. Wait, how did you try to add song without SR? I don't see the SR. Oh, you tried the song request. Never mind. I'm dumb. Goodbye, Chansey. You suck ass. Or maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe that was mean. Jesus, look how much XP it gives, though. It's a good Pokemon to train against. But the whole point of coming here is for the random item. It's very long. True. PP Max. Ooh, that could be very useful for the Elite Four. Assuming that we get that far. Click the link, senpai. Oh, by the way, does anyone here... God already expressed his opinion, but would you guys rather have the green screen like it is now? or have a background of like my actual room. So this is what my plans are. If a green screen remains, I'm gonna add like different pictures and different scenes for different channel point rewards. If it's the background, I already have lights that can change color. So I would give you guys control over changing the color of the room. And some channel point rewards would reflect that. So those are the two differences. Yeah, you could don't if you vote 3, then I'm yeah, I saw that. You guys voted 3 on Discord. And the vote's on Discord, by the way. For those of you that just vote 3, if the third option wins, then I'm just gonna do whatever I want. Which is fine too. I don't really care too much either way. One day you should try fairy type Nuzlocke. That would be kind of cool. Sure. I can't. Oh. Wait. No, we're fine here. Yeah. For a second I was like, fairy types kill ice types. But no, that's dragon. Oh, I did get 5 subs. When did I get 5 subs? Did I actually? You're so right. I did forget this change of plans. Vote for. One day we might do a fairy type Nuzlocke. Jesus, everyone's leveling up so quickly, which is awesome. We're gonna get Obama back in though, because he's level 20 now. I will spin. Okay, I will spin. You guys ready? Are you guys freaking ready? I think this is the right button, okay? If it's not, you guys could yell at me. Alright? You guys ready? I'm gonna spin the goddamn wheel. I hate this wheel. I freaking hate it. Oh. Maybe I should move it up. It's not really centered, is it? Let's put it like there. Alright, what are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get? Jumping jacks, jelly beans, me being quiet, hats, hot sauce, taking a shot of alcohol. Ah, it's jelly beans. Oh, God. I don't like that. Oh, they're so stale, bro. Why did it almost? Oh, it lands on that a lot. Don't do it, God. Don't do it. Don't be evil. Oh. You can do it. Hey, thank you. Oh, we don't have any good colors left either.
Jelly bean time.
Ugh, these are the worst one. Thanks, God. Now we're eating 5 jelly beans. All right. God damn it, bro. Look at that. Look at that. In case you guys don't trust me, okay? You see that? You see that? Okay. I don't know if you saw it. Oh. Oh my God. I almost swallowed one. Ugh. Oh. Now drink. Aw, you're being nice now. That's so sweet. I'll eat it first to be nice. Okay. So I can experience pure pain. And then I'll drink water. Such a nice guy. It should say 0 out of 5 now. Evil spell. No, it's not. Hey, it does say 0 out of 5 now. Drink alcohol. Honestly, I'm not you. I'm not you, Chris. You know that. I would drink if I had people to drink with. And or if the wheel stopped on take a shot, I would go take a shot of like whiskey or something. Oh. The whole right side of my mouth is like disgusting now. I thought you were gonna say evil spelled backwards is live. Without evil, you can't live, or something like that. But he said evil spelled backwards is love, and I'm just like, bruh. Lol, bro, good times. Ah, true. Hey, listen, those times will come back. I met Chris on an airplane. Chris is liquidated. I met him on an airplane going to Japan. And we just happened to sit right next to, I still remember the moment like I met you. That's crazy. I mean, it was only what, like 3 years? Jesus Christ, 3 years ago. Ah. And I've been streaming for a year already. Jesus Christ. Some of you guys know me for so long already, and vice versa. Life is a weird thing. Oh yeah, I don't want to train Obama right now. Gonna put him back in the PC. I want those times to come now. Nah, bro. I have to make money to travel to California. He lives in Cali. Which means you guys have to get every person you know in your life, which is like mom and dad, to watch the stream. And to give to Amazon Prime sub. I don't know. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh. I mean, it's good vibes right now, right, guys? Everyone's having fun. You know what I thought to do for today? I thought to legit start the stream by just going on other Twitch streams and being like, hey, you want to talk on Discord? Until someone actually says yes. And then we just talk to a random person on Discord, and that's a YouTube video. But then I thought, that's kind of dumb. Like, what are the stakes involved? What's the interesting part there? I don't know how interesting that is. So if anyone has an idea surrounding that, that would be cool to hear. But oh yeah, let's go put Obama back in the box. Okay, Obama, you've done well. Now go rest. Is it weird that I have a half-naked person on my camera? Depends on who it is, I guess. Wanna talk on Discord? What's iptracker.gov? Where that's not a thing, right? iptracker. Bro, did you copy paste? Did you have that copied, God? Oh, there is no. There's ip-tracker.org. Maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. I'm just gonna close that window. Listen, honestly, I think so many streamers buy bots, and so many streamers buy, and so many YouTubers buy like bots, because you can tell sometimes. I don't know if this is a real thing, but if you check at how many views a VOD has, like, I don't want to. Okay. Let's just say certain streamers, if you check their VODs, usually takes some time to update how many views a VOD gets. But, like, for us, we tend to get, like, 40, 50, or 60 views per VOD. Because people pop in and out, you know, in a 5-hour span of time, right? Maybe 30 views, whatever. But certain streamers, if you look at their VODs, and you look at when they stream, they have like 40 viewers, but there's like one person talking, and then their VODs have like 3 views. It's like, oh yeah, they probably clicked on the link from those bots, you know? And it's just so like funny or like interesting to see that. I like seeing that. It's like funny to me. I don't know why. I remember I was watching this one guy. He's like, I'm gonna press, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm gonna buy followers and viewers. I just want to experiment. And it's like, I mean, that's fine, whatever. But But then he does it like a second and a third and like a fourth time. And he's like, oh, I'm just experimenting. And I'm like, looks like you're, doing a little more than that. IP-tracker.org. Yep, that's the one. That's what I saw on Google. It's just funny. Ooh. Ice Punchy did quite a bit of damage. I like this area because the Pokemon aren't too high level. And they're not too low level. So it's like nice. Oh, my stomach hurts now. Oh. Bro, those jelly beans were nasty. It's just, that's exactly like how it was. Yeah. It's just a social experiment. I mean, listen, if you do it once, okay, I understand, right? Like, I'm kind of curious too sometimes. Not curious enough to actually do it, but, it would be a good YouTube video. Like, to make it content, I think would be cool. But when you do it second, third, fourth time, like, okay, it becomes less of an experiment then, I think. Avalugg is actually pretty strong, so we're gonna run away there. Actually, I really hope this Torchic is a female, which would make it more rare, because there's only a 12% chance. Oh, nice. Imagine you got a shiny Torchic, female, with perfect Ivies. That would be, like, insane. Like, the perfection, Like, people who go for perfect Ivy Pokemon, that's just insane to me. Shiny perfect Ivies. Because that seems crazy. But getting legendaries in one of the games, like, I think in the Ultra Wormhole, it's guaranteed to have, like, 31 Ivies for at least 3 out of 5 stats or something. So that's pretty, like, good, I guess. Ooh, I always forget to get this item. It's kind of annoying, though, at the same time. Because it's, like, an easy cop-out, in my opinion. Na, 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 na. By the way, does anyone want to bet points on what's in the Master Ball? I mean, right now, they're both in the Master Ball, but... Let's go with Ice Punch. Honestly, I don't know if Ice Punch is better than Powder Snow. Because Ice Punch has more power, but her physical stats aren't as good as her special stats. Listen here, you monkey. Buy this, buy followers and viewers, and be rich and not poor. It's a love in your mouth. Another ice Pokemon? Are you serious? It's not fully evolved, though, which is kind of annoying, but... Well, we're gonna Ice Punch. Okay, it didn't do much. Let's see how much Powder Snow does now. You bet 500 it's Pikachu? Do you guys want to do it? Any other person want to bet? If at least 2 people want to bet, I'll make it happen. We're gonna Powder Snow again here. Oh, that's annoying. I just don't want to waste any balls. So we're gonna go for a lovely kiss here. Sure? Ooh, okay. I honestly can't Ugh! It has Rock Throw. Let's change to God. Since God is ground type. Ground Ice. Jesus, Icy Wind did so much damage. Bro, like, I'm not feeling good about our Pokemon. They're getting demolished by wild Pokemon. No, come on, Amora. Don't be annoying. Jesus, it does so much damage. Do I even want to catch it at this point? Okay, let's go to Clam Slam. We'll do the bet after we catch Amora if we can. It's so annoying. I'm gonna throw a Great Ball. Oh, come on. It didn't even... What a waste of balls. Oh. How are you not shaking, bro? Do I Supersonic it? And make it hit itself? You know what? I don't care. And he avoided it. Rock Throw. God damn it. Alright, I'm going for one more. I'm going for 3 more Pokeballs. I can't take this anymore. Just get caught, please. Please stop. You're wasting all my balls. I'm not gonna have any balls for Kyurem. Stop it! Just This is my last try, and then we're running away. I'm not losing freaking Clam Slam. F you, Amora. You're such an ass. Like, oh. Rock throw was a physical attack, right? Block it would get demolished. Try Blubby. I don't know what music is good for this. I kind of want to catch it, like really badly here. Just get caught. Oh! Finally, Jesus Christ. That took forever. You stupid, stupid Pokemon. I want to name you stupid, but what do you guys want to name it? Almost wiped my team. Oh, that might mean it's a good nature and it has good stats and stuff. So that's the good thing. Name it Snowy. Snowy is so like blah. It's okay. But I come up with blah names too. I know it is huge. No, it's number. Oh, it is number 7. You're right. Yeah. What do we name him? We've named him Rainbow in the past. You know what? I like Rainbow. You got it? All right, tell me. You have 5 seconds before he becomes Rainbow. 2, 1, 0. I'm like giving you a chance here. What are we? Date? Wit? What? What are these names? It's super good. So tell me the name already. All right, you guys guess Pikachu or Eevee as God thinks of a name. Which one do you think I'm gonna put in the ball? Okay. If you guess right, you get $1 million. Not really. You have a chance of getting $1 million. Possibly. I'm not promising anything. The Pokeball is shaking with the Pokemon. Make your decisions, ladies and gentlemen. There's 1 minute and 28 seconds left. And by the way, we're gonna go with Rainbow here. Sorry, you took way too long. And I like Rainbow. Oh, Pencil Shirter. Yeah, I'm happy I went with Rainbow. I don't even know what Shirter means. What, like shitter? Like pooping? No, I don't want to run into Pokemon here. Especially not a drunk Pokemon. Oh, I'm paralyzed too. Oh, I was able to run away. Nice. I can't believe we actually got number 7. That's the most ice Pokemon we've ever caught. Oh no, that's number 6. That's number 6. It's not number 7. Oh no, it is number 7 because we have him in the. I forgot. We have him in the. We have the other guy in the thingy. I wish we had Articuno. Jesus, the last time we had a 6th team member was Articuno. What was that, like run 20? We have 28 seconds left to vote for Eevee or... Jesus, no one is voting for Eevee? Everyone voted for Pikachu? What, do you think I alternate? Is that why? No one... You can't win points if you're voting against nothing, so just keep that in mind. It could be Eevee, it could be Pikachu. Why did now all the points are on one side? Well, there's 3 seconds. Things could change. Yeah, nothing changed. Well, I'm just going to keep your points. Thanks, guys. No, I'm going to delete and return the points, okay? Are one of you guys going to actually change? Wait, why is the button not working? That was weird. Okay, now it worked. That was really weird. It worked on stream, but not on the game. You spent 1K? No, you didn't. 2 people spent points on one side. You go Eevee? Okay. You don't want to, but... Eevee or Pikachu? The question of a generation. Which Pokemon is in the Master Ball? The world may never know. Or they will. In a few seconds. We'll see. No, you didn't. You spent 500. Go-Goat. Ooh. Go-Goat is perfect for XP right now. We're going to Powder Snow. I think does more possibly. We're gonna I mean, obviously it depends on the other Pokemon, but Powder Snow is gonna kill here, so we should be okay. We got 501 versus 675 points. I'll tell you one thing. One of you guys is right. Okay. That's your hint. That's the only hint I'm giving. That's not really a hint. It's just reality. We're gonna put Jinx back since she's level 20 now. And we're gonna train. Who do we train? I guess Blubby, since Blubby is closest to 20. And then we'll work accordingly. Let's look at Blocky, God, and Rainbow's stuff though. So God has Snow Cloak, which isn't bad. Ups special attack, lowers special defense. That sucks. He's a physical attacker. Avalugg ups speed, lowers special defense. That sucks. Prevents the Pokemon from becoming confused though. That's a pretty good thingy. And Rainbow is just normal. And normal type moves become ice type moves. Ooh, so Headbutt would be an ice type move. With well, Headbutt is a physical attack, but like that could potentially be really good. There's 5 seconds left for the points. We got still 501 versus 675. Okay. Let's see what the truth is. The Pokemon is Eevee. It's good you switched, Doctor, yeah? I feel like you get so like you don't even need the points anymore and you're just like take it, right? I hate you all. It's a 50-50 guess, bro. If you could one day, you should do an entirely random Nuzlocke, shiny odds random, Pokemon. What do you mean by entirely random? This is entirely random. Shiny odds. Shiny is my plan for the next Nuzlocke, actually. Pokemon random, evolutions random. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes. Oh, that seems like hell. That sounds like hell. Are you kidding me? I just think that would be funny to watch. I think it would be funny, but after a while, it would just be irritating for everyone involved. But I guess it depends on the person. Like, I thought this would be pretty cool. And it is pretty cool. But there's a lot of, you know, grinding. If we get Kyurem, this would be our best run, probably. I'm going back to put Jinx in the Poke Center to train everyone up a bit. Listen, you lost, God. It happens in life. I'm sorry. Jesus, this is so wobbly. Oh, I could tighten it. Hey, I think I tightened it. Let's go. That's what she said. I don't know. Let's get you. Oh, let's also get more Great Balls because we're running low on those now. Lovely Kiss is so good on her. We're gonna train Celio. Celio's not fully evolved though, so it's a bit scary stats-wise. But his stats aren't that bad. I mean, Mamoswine has better attack, so maybe we'll use Mamoswine with... he doesn't have any good moves yet, though. We'll use Celio. It's actually hard to decide who to use. Bro, Avalugg's defense, physical defense, is insanely high. I gotta start thinking about that type of stuff more. Let's buy Great Balls. I did think about like doing evolutions random, like, or like every level it's like new evolution or whatever. Every level your Pokemon evolves to a random Pokemon. Like that seems to be popular and seems to be looks to be fun. So let's buy 8 Great Balls. We need them balls for Kyurem. Want to win channel points? Click pppbets.win to step your game up. That actually sounds perfect. Perfection is in the eye of the beholder. What? What are you talking about, Ping Pong Masters? Over 100 resets. You think we'll ever get to over... Do you think... How many of you guys think this is the last run? Mods, run a poll. Last run or not? Do we ice? I feel like ice bowling is a bit risky, so we're gonna powder snow. Hey, that was lucky. No chance. You don't think it's the last run? What if we had Kirim on the team? You're not on desktop? No worries, no worries. It's okay. Nothing showed up. Why? On PPPbets.win. Oh, you have to have the right server for it to show up. So it's a server thing. Ooh, body slam. I didn't realize body slam is 85. That's a lot of damage. He's a special attacker though. Do we take out Encore? Encore could actually be useful, believe it or not. Let's look at Celio. Celio's speed is low. His special attack is higher than his physical attack. And when he evolves, that still stands true, obviously. Do we take out... Do I want to take out Ice Ball? I feel like... I mean, Ice Ball has 30 Yeah, we'll take out Ice Ball. Ice Ball could theoretically be very good, but it's also very risky, so... It's fine. Build another box? Jesus. No luck for today? Aww. But hey, we're both grinding at the same time, so that's the cool part. Another ice... Are you kidding me? This is the 8th ice type Pokemon. And Beartech has like insanely good physical attack. Are you serious right now? I really like Beartech. I don't know what my favorite ice type would be, but I like Articuno a lot. Jesus. No, maybe Walrein is my favorite, actually. Walrein just looks super cool. I really like Walrein. I'm kind of biased, though, because as a kid, I really liked it. So I'd say maybe Walrein. That you made on my table. Oh, my God. I don't want to screw this up. I don't know if our defenses are good enough here. I might want to switch out. Who do I switch out to? Ooh, Blocky has really good physical defense. So that's a good counter. But she doesn't have good special defense. Who do we switch out to? Let's change to Clam Slam. Since Clam Slam could use Supersonic. Yeah, we're gonna go with Supersonic into Protect. He avoided it. God damn it. Alright, see you, God. Thanks for popping in. Mwah. Well, no mwah, because you're underage. But have a good one. Have a great day/night. Let's go Supersonic again. Hit yourself. You stupid bear. Let's see how much Aurora Beam does. It can't do that much, right? Yeah. Hit yourself. He never hits himself. Mine is Aurorus. It does look pretty majestic. That is true. You love the shiny Pokemon. I mean, shiny Pokemon are cool for sure. Can we like freeze him with Aurora Beam? Can you freeze ice type Pokemon? Probably not, right? We're gonna use Protect here. Oh, we have to use Supersonic. He used Bide. What a perfect time to like. What a perfect time to not attack him. Okay, we're gonna try some Pokeballs here. I think Aurorus looks really cool, for sure. Let's go! First Pokeball! Are you kidding me? That's awesome. We get to save money on on future Pokemon too. We might actually add Beartech to the team. He's a pure ice type, but he has really high physical attack. What are we naming him? I'll take suggestions as I think about how to reform our team. I think having Mamoswine is important. Having Jinx is important. Just having Obama Snow. Because they have different typing, and then Obama has Snow Warning, which is useful. And I think Cloyster is useful also on the team. So Cloyster, we might actually replace Celio since Celio doesn't evolve until like level 44. I'd rather have a fully evolved team, so yeah. Kuma? That literally means bear in Japanese. Alright, let's go with Kuma. I like that. And I'm gonna save this run right now. I was just trying to like train in the grass and it actually feels like it's randomized for once, which is beautiful. Let's get bear on the team. And let's get rid of Celio. I mean, Celio has water gun. Celio is also a water ice type. But I think, don't we have other water ice types? Yeah, we have Cloyster. We would have 2 ice. Oh, a rainbow could be useful too, though. Actually, I don't know if I want to take out Rainbow. Rainbow has Thunder Wave though, which is useful. And Rock Throw for type coverage, in the sense of type coverage. It's just so sucky now. What level does Aurorus evolve? Or not Aurorus, but Amora evolves at level 39 due to nighttime. Oh my god, they both take forever to evolve. Wait, I'm dumb. We don't need either of them. We can have Jenks, Obama, Cloyster, God, Blocky, and Bear, and Kuma. Bear. Oh my god, this is so cool. This is like the first time we have to actually think about the spread of the ice Pokemon. Having a full team is so cool though at this point. I can't, I don't want to jinx anything, but jinx anything, you get it? Good one, Ping Pong. It's my though. Are they high enough level though? Yeah, they're okay-ish level. We gotta get Kuma up. But when we train Clam to 20, God will be around 18. We could train him to 20. Blocky will get till around 20. And then Kuma we could just keep on the team. I didn't realize I wasn't on the right thingy. We're gonna save here as well. Think I might go to sleep earlier tonight? Yeah, you don't want to keep doing those runs, right? No worries. Ciao. Have an amazing night. Thanks for popping in, Slime. See ya. Aurora Beam? I just remembered that Clam Slime actually takes so much, like, so long to like level up. Because it's not that strong and because it just doesn't gain much XP. Good luck with the stream. Thank you. Hopefully tomorrow you'll see us continuing this run. You know? Or like whenever, you know? That's the hope. I really hope. I hope that happens. What's Aurora Beam here? One more. Razor Leaf. I forgot that that actually is super effect. Oopsies. I always forget because I'm like in the mindset of like they're all ice Pokemon, but water ice types are a thing too. Ugh, it's another one. It's gonna go straight for Aurora Beams. Goodbye. See you next time. See ya. The song is beautiful, but slow. And I say that every single time. Then I skip it. I just have to remove it from the backup playlist. What song would be good? Liva La Vida Loca. Hey, that actually worked. Thank you, Stream Elements. Wait, or Ping Pong Esters. I guess I haven't spoken. So Gastrodon is groundwater. I guess we could just Aurora Beam here and we should be okay. Used Harden. That seems really dumb. We should have probably healed up, actually. Now we just need to catch Kyurem. I think having a full team, like we have now, Actually, I'm not sure, but it might be worse than having 3 like legendaries. Like if we had Articuno, Kyurem, and Regice, which are the 3 ice legendaries we have access to, versus having a fully evolved full team like we do now. I kind of wonder which is better. I think the legendaries might be better, but then we have a lot to work with 6 Pokemon, and we have moves like Supersonic and stuff. So maybe this setup is better. I'm not sure. Having an Icicle Plate would be great though. Oh, kill the Gastrodon. Ugh, that did a lot of damage. I gotta heal up like every second here. Ayo, level 18. Let's go. Yes, Kuma's level 14. It's gonna evolve. I'm just joking. Oh, it just lagged. Why is it lagging? Stop lagging. Oh. Oh, Sneasel. Are you kidding me, bro? I actually don't know what to do here. Oh my god. We're running into so many ice types. So the thing here is that Shedinja obviously... Oh, we could use Rock against Shedinja. So we could kill Shedinja, but... They're level 8. Who do I want to change to? Can any of them hit God with super effective moves? We have Scrafty here. Scrafty could do a lot of damage. This is a bit... I'm gonna actually think a bit here. So Mamoswine dies to Fire, Water, Grass, Fighting, and Steel. Fire, Water, Grass. Elamice is a bug grass or bug type, so it might have some grass moves. Scrafty is a bit scary. I don't know if Shedinja should be fine. Possibly. Sneasel is probably gonna use some ice move. Gothorita, I think, will be fine as well. So we're gonna change into God here. Because from what I remember, and I could be wrong, here it is. Yeah, God has Powder Snow. So hopefully this is good. It's a bit scary because level 8, it's half our level, but that's like not insanely low. Okay, LMIC uses Tackle, critical hit. Wow. Ooh, no fighting move from Scrafty. Damn it, we got confused. Shedinja's increasing defense. Okay. We are confused now, but I don't think Powder Snow will kill Sneasel. It doesn't affect Shedinja. Oh, wait, Shedinja. Wait, that makes sense. Never mind. I thought it didn't affect Sneasel. I was like, what? Wait, if we have a taunt and we use Powder Snow, my assumption is it still affects everyone, no? What does Tickle do again? Lowers attack and defense. Jesus. At this point, I want to switch out and then switch back in. So we're going to put Blocky in right now. Because they confused him and everything. Jesus, Sneasel just keeps leering. Oh, my Faint Attack. Oh, it has other moves. Scratch. Confusion. Don't get confused, Blocky. Good. Icy Wind. Icy Wind might kill Sneasel. So we're gonna Powder Snow here. Well, Sneasel actually hit for once. Come on. It didn't kill anyone. Leech Life. Wait, who used Leech Life? Shedinja? Damn, they did a lot of damage. I think Powder Snow should be... I was like, what was that for a second? Powder Snow should be fine here. Okay. Good. This is good. And it's still a little scary, but... I don't want to use Takedown because of recoil. I think going back to Clam Slam might be the... Wait, we can't take Shedinja out. I don't know if we have a way to take... Because we don't have Aurorus on our team. Dark Ghost Flying, Fire Rock. Dark Ghost Flying. Do we have Lick on anyone? No, we can't catch Sneasel. Are you serious? Oh no, we could Supersonic him. No, I'm stupid. We could supersonic Shedinja so it hits itself. Oh, thank God. Wait, can it hit itself with Wonder Guard? My assumption is it can, but I'm not sure. I kind of want to change into Kuma here, but I guess we'll change into God. God is the only one that has no powder. What, we're gonna Mud Slap? How are we gonna take out Scrafty is what I'm trying to figure out now. Oh, we could Aurora Beam. Yeah, we'll Aurora Beam Scrafty and we should be okay. Hopefully we don't take too much damage here. Low kick. Oh, that's a little scary. All right. Please just kill Scrafty, bro. Oh, we're faster. Okay, well, obviously it's level 8. All right, that's good. Ooh, God went up a level 2. Okay, we should be okay now. We just have to supersonic Shedinja. It avoided it? Ugh, it has leech life too. We have to supersonic it. Okay, he used Leer. Hit yourself, please. Yes! Oh, yes! Okay, this is like the best case scenario. Okay, we don't want to die by anything. I don't think we will, but let's change to Kuma maybe to tank Sneasel's moves, because he has the most health right now. Or she has the most health right now. Good, 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 good. And I think... Oh, no, we don't. I thought maybe we had paralyzed or something. Let's actually go with the Great Ball here. Yes. Oh, come on, my butt, bro. You're level 8 and you have yellow health. Just get in the ball. At this point, I think we have to move on to get more money to buy more Great Balls, because Jesus Christ, this is like crazy. Yes. Yes. Oh, we got it. Any names, guys? Any names? Jesus, this is the luckiest run ever in terms of finding ice Pokemon. God damn, I'm gonna forget which ones we caught at this rate. This is our, like, what, 8th or 9th ice Pokemon before the second goddamn gym. For reference, there are 26 ice Pokemon of different evolution lines. Okay, and we have access to 19 ice Pokemon of different evolution lines. We couldn't catch one of them, which means we already have over half. We have 10 out of 19 of the ice Pokemon we could get in, like, this run. That's insane. What do we want to name you? He's really annoying. I was gonna name you Fear. I don't know. No one's giving suggestions, so I'll just go with Fear. Kind of a dumb name, but actually I gotta go pee. So think up of names if anyone wants to, and I'll go pee and I'll be back. Oh. Where are the stream avatars not here? Oh, they are. He's just flying in there. Ah. Okay, I am back. Back in black. Yeah, I hit the sack. Na, 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 na. Yeah, we'll name you Fear. Oh my god, bro. This is crazy. Let's go heal up. I think at this rate, I just want a full party on us. See, Sneasel's not Weevil, though. So I don't know if we want him on the team. Type difference would be nice, though. Let's see. We have Obama. We have Big Lips. Who do we want to add to the team? Let's look at Sneasel's moves and stats. Okay, Sneasel's stats suck, but it's only level 8. What if we put it at the daycare center? Would that be smart or dumb? It has Keen Eye, so other Pokemon can't lower accuracy. That's pretty useful-ish. I'm not sure. I think we've decided on these 4 plus these 2. It's just Weevil is, I think, the fastest ice Pokemon aside from legendaries that we have access to. But, okay, how does Sneasel evolve? I don't remember. According to online, it says, hold Razor Claw in the night. Okay, we would have to find the item Razor Claw, which is kind of a random thing. For now, we could keep him in the party. Just train him just in case we need him later. Or we could just continue with the team of 4 we have right now. Same thing with Blubby. We could just have Blub. It's just they take experience away from everyone else. That's the only problem. I think we could push Cloyster to level 20. And then Mamoswine and Blocky. And Kuma will just... We'll just... I don't know. We'll just have to deal with it. Yeah, we're gonna save here. Na, 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 whoa, whoa. Alrighty then. It's just crazy to me because we've been in the same grassy areas and we keep finding ice Pokemon. We don't have too many Great Balls left though, which I don't like, but it is what it is. Hey, we one-hit KO'd it for once. If we just one-hit KO Swadloon like 4 more times, we should be good. There's Sneasel. This was too annoying. We're gonna run away. Especially since we have Sneasel now. Reggie Rock. Jesus. No thank you. Give it up, finger upside down. Alright, we're not running into them as often. Is Clawitzer just a water type? It seems like a water fighting type. It is just a water type. It has insane special attack. What the hell? 120. I mean, that's not like insane, but that's pretty insane for like just a regular Pokemon, I feel. The rest of its stats aren't that good though. A Dialga, Jesus. Alright, maybe this is a sign to just move over. I mean, not move over. Move on. Ancient Power. Oh my god. What the hell? What do we do here? It has 5 Ancient Powers, obviously. Who's the fastest one on our team? Oh, this is so dumb. If we lose Pokemon here, I'm gonna cry. Mamoswine's stats look decent-ish. And Rock isn't super effective on him because he's a ground type. So yeah, let's change to God. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was close. It has Metal Claw? Are you... Oh. Run away, run away, run away, run away. No, come on! Are you serious? What, do I change to Blocky now? Like, everyone's gonna get, like, die? Or do I risk the runaway? Alright, let's change to Blocky. It's probably gonna Ancient Power. He Metal Clawed. Oh, okay, good. His defense is... Blocky's defense is really high, so it's good I semi-remembered that. God damn, bro, that was close. All right, at this point, I just want the full team. I'm too scared, okay? Like, let's get everyone back. Obama will sit out on first, you know? Level 20. I don't know if Obama's fast enough to run away, actually. This might be why Weevil or Sneasels might be the best to add to the party here. Not only... Oopsies. Not only would Sneasel have... it's just the fastest, probably. But it's also a different typing. Dark Ice. I stand by that decision. Having Force too risky. Yeah, for sure. Isn't that crazy, though? Before the second gym, we almost lost, like so many people. Okay, so... Let me think. Having an Ice Ground, a Water Ice, an Ice Psychic, a Grass Ice, and then 2 Ice types. So the thing with the 2 Ice types is we could technically take out one of them for Rainbow or for Fear. Because of the type difference, I feel like that's important. Also, Rainbow has Rock Throw, which could be very useful, and Thunder Wave. Whereas the only thing is, like, Rainbow evolves so much later, so its stats are gonna suck until it evolves. So now the question arises, do we just put them in the daycare center? What I'm thinking is we're just gonna stick with this team for now. And what happens, happens. Because honestly, Kuma's like physical attack is very high. And having physical attack to counter defense Pokemon is important. Like, Mamoswine I think also has higher physical attack. But like, having physical attack ice moves is also important. So we're gonna stick to this team for now. But we have three ice type Pokemon to choose from. You know, in case any of them, God forbid, dies. Alright, let's move on to the next area. To be honest though, the next area is a bit scary too, because we're gonna go up against Pokemon that are higher level than us. For Team Flare, it's gonna be a level 21, 23. 21, 23. And that's, I think, before the second gym. I always forget. Like, I'm almost certain it's before the second gym. Okay, can I actually just go this way? Or is there... I think there's a double battle here. We're just gonna walk. Oh, there is a double battle. Okay. We'll just do that. Okay. Oh, that guy might verse us. Because this feels like the smarter way to go around. Yeah, that's a much smarter way. I should do that more often. Okay. Alright, we have... Oh, wrong tunnel. Jesus. Wait, no. Correct tunnel. No, wrong tunnel. Wait, what? No, correct tunnel. Jesus. I'm like going crazy. And... Okay. Everyone is fully stuffed. Oh my god. I wish we had more Great Balls, but we don't have enough money for it. Because honestly, like, if we can't catch a Kyurem, that's just the saddest part. But if we could beat the game without a Kyurem, or like another legendary, that would be really cool at the same time too, so. Okay, here there's a trainer. I think the trainer's on the left side. We're just gonna run, yep. We're just gonna run this way. And then this one's like here. Perfect. Oh, I should have gone for that item, actually. It's a Bidoof! We literally ran into God. The god of Pokemon. Let's run away from you. We're gonna go back for the item. Which is worth it, I feel like, because we could run into an Ice-type Pokemon, but... No. No Ice types, please. Thank God, bro. Ice types and Hordes are so scary. Oh, God. And a freaking Tyranitar. Ugh. Okay, good. Oh, no, we need strength. Now I feel dumb. Okay, it's fine. Purloin is good to get some free XP on, actually. Let's actually just do that. Probably could Razor Leaf kill it also, but it's dead. It doesn't matter. Kuma's level 15. Let's go. Okay. 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 Jesus, Purloin. So we're gonna get access to Old Rod right now. And I think we found a fossil this run. I don't remember, but I think we found a fossil. So if that fossil ends up being a Pokemon, that would be beautiful. And it's rating in the game. Great. Let's just do this. I always screw that up. Go for this item. Rocky Helmet could potentially be helpful for us. I think Rocky Helmet, you take damage, but your physical attack is like boosted by possibly 2 stages. I don't remember exactly, but I remember it being pretty decent if used correctly. Okay. Whew, we made it. Oh, we don't need to heal, right? Yeah. I wonder if, because it's raining, if we're going to get different Pokemon now versus when it stops raining. That's actually kind of interesting. So now we go to the Digzite, and we have to verse Team Flare. This becomes a bit scary, but it shouldn't be too bad, to be honest. I'm going to double check that we can't buy any Great Balls because you know, that could that could change a lot of things. So let's see what we could sell over here. Actually, I guess I'll do it like this. If the holders hit, the attacker will also be damaged. Oh, that's the Rocky Helmet. Never mind, I was completely off. Dawnstone. Power Lens. Power Lens could be useful too. We only have... Oh, we have 10 Great Balls. That's not too bad. Do we have anything we could sell, though? Not really, unless we could sell our roller skates. I probably don't want to do that anyway. Let's just heal for good measure. And now we're going to get on Rhyhorn and see what happens. Jesus. Oh, I should probably change the team layout as well, because now we have we don't have a more Aurorus, right? We have Beartic, baby. Is that our team? Oh no, we don't have Walrein either. We have Avalugg. A lot of these Pokemon are like from older gens. Mamoswine was introduced a little later on. Maybe Obama Snow too, and actually maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Never mind. I don't know. Wakaranai, as the kids say. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. I'm gonna save again because I'm like saving. I'm literally saving like every 5 seconds. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Rhyhorn. You're just waiting for me right here. My mom is a Rhyhorn rider, so I know exactly how to ride this thing. It probably hurts my pee-pee, but you know, it's fine, I guess. Crocodile. Ugly Pokemon. Kinda cute, though. Run away. Imagine we run into a Moltres and we can't run away and it just kills our whole team. That would suck. Snow Warning is useful, but kind of... Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Kind of annoying for just going through the area. Sky Plate. Ew, give me an Icicle Plate. Then again, if we catch an Articuno... How are we going to give someone Fly? We're going to need to get someone who can learn Fly. I didn't even think of that. So Delibird or Articuno. Are there any other Pokemon we have access? I don't think we could get anyone else for Fly. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Well, technically we could catch them for TM or HM usage, right? Because according to my rules, only ice Pokemon can be used or caught. Oh, or caught. Wait, never mind. Whatever. It's fine. if we run into that issue. Oh, we can't catch it, guys. So many ice Pokemon though. But we ran into Snorunt during a horde, and I think we had to run away because we would have died, or we killed it. I don't remember. Which was like the first 10-15 minutes of the stream. And Snorunt evolves into Glalie. So we can't catch Glalie, unfortunately. But I mean, Frostlass is better than Glalie, so it's not too big of a deal. Mutsakene on my mind. And from what I remember, there's one item here. We're gonna go for that item real quick. Without doing... And I remembered incorrectly. What? Oh, never mind. Ooh, a fossil. I think we already have a cover fossil, too. So that's kind of funny. I shouldn't scratch my eye. Ooh, look at him. He could go backwards like that? That's kind of funny. He's like moonwalking. Cannot get... if this was a dragon, Nuzlocke, oh, I would already have you, Garchomp. Wait, is Garchomp a dragon? He is, right? All right. She heals our Pokemon. Okay, we're gonna have to verse Team Flare here. Do I want Obama to be up front? He has Snow Warning, so I think it's okay. Wait. Yeah, we do. For a second, I was like, do we? Oh, god damn it, I hate you, Marshtomp. Every time I see Marshtomp now, I just... all I could think of is losing our best run to Marshtomp. In the 5th gym. That was so scary. Wasn't there supposed to be an item here? What the heck? Waratemoto, baby. Steel gem. Pretty useless. It's good for the Pokemon that will kill our Pokemon, but... Okay, I think I'm going the right way. I would say that the most important thing in the cave is to get the TM, but since every item is randomized, we don't even know what's the most important. Oh, come on, bro. Let me run away. I don't want to take damage before Team Flare. Okay, good. I should have bought potions for this, too. Because this is probably, you know... It's probably better to have potions here. Musakene on my mind. Lilligant. Do we take the... You know what? I think we'll kill Lilligant just so everyone has more XP. I think it's okay. Yes! Clam Slam's almost level 20. And it was a one-hit KO. Okay. I'm pretty sure we got the TM here. Jellicent. Jellicent is such a weird-looking Pokemon. I mean, it's pretty much a jellyfish, but... it's just added like a weird mustache. Aerial Ace. That's actually kind of interesting. Can any of our guys learn a flying move? Ooh, Beartech can learn Aerial Ace. And he's a physical attacker. Oh, we're definitely giving you Aerial Ace. Especially this early in the game that... Well, I mean, it's all randomized, but it might be really useful. What do we take out for that, though? Does this will fight? This lowers the target's attack. I think taking out Bite is okay. Bite is so useful only in, like, very tiny situations. And we're doing a Nuzlocke. I'm not going to risk anything like that, so... yes, he has Aerial Ace. That's actually really good. Well, let me think. Flying takes out what? Like bug, grass. Ooh, it takes out fighting, right? That actually could be really useful. I think it takes out fighting. Yeah. I actually said it exactly. Grass fighting bug. It's a Tyranitar. The sandstorm took out the snow. The hail. That's actually interesting. Okay, here we have to verse Team Flare. Come here, bro. Let's fight. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. I really should have... I mean, I didn't really have money, but I should have sold something and bought potions. Digger's Bee is such a stupid looking Pokemon, but... Is it like a... It is, okay. It's a normal ground. So actually, we could hit it with Razor Leaf, or it has the same defense and special defense. It doesn't have good stats actually. We could hit it with Icy Wind or Razor Leaf. To be honest, I don't remember which move is better here. Razor Leaf does 55 power. Icy Wind does... Oh, they're the same. Just one is physical, one is special. And I think Obama Snow is better in special. I always forget. I always have to search things up. Oh, he's the same physical and special attack. And they're both stab moves. Wait. So wait, now we just gotta look at Diggersby. His special defense and defense is the same, right? I just mentioned that. Wait, so this literally makes no difference. But since we have Hail set up, I'll just go Icy Wind. I don't know. Ugh, I didn't kill him. Okay, my Mud Shot is nothing. Not even the Hail killed him. I hope we're fast enough to hit him, though. Okay, we are. Okay, that's good. Diggersby is such a, like, sucky Pokemon, but it looks like it would be strong. I don't know. Azrael. Oh, okay, this is good. This is good. I mean, it is good. We could Razor Leaf. Bubble Beam. So we lost 10 damage. Oh, we might lose some more damage. Ooh, we're still faster. So, oh, this is actually good. And we're going to be okay with the level cap of 25. I want to feel something real. I don't know why I'm saving here, but I'm going to save for the next battle. Probably should potion up after this battle if we take so much damage. Mischievous. We don't have any ghost type moves, unfortunately. What do I want to hit Mischievous with? Mischievous is just purely ghost. Its defense is lower than its special defense, though. So we're gonna go with the Razor Leaf here. It'll be stronger. Ah, no. Okay. Confuser is not too bad. We could switch out. But if we hit the Razor Leaf, we kill it. I'm gonna take the risk. Come on. Yes! Good job, Obama. Hell yeah. Ooh, I also have to put set... No, I think we already have set mode set up, right? Yes, Obama Snow learns Mist. Let's take out Leer for Mist. Technically, we should take out Powder Snow, but whatever. God went up a level. Yes, God, Mud Bomb. We'll take out Mud Slap for Mud Bomb. And Mud Sport's also useful. There's a lot of useless moves, so we could replace a lot, which is pretty decent. Gee, everyone leveled up from that. What the hell? Slurpuff. Slurpuff is one of those Pokemon that looks like it's unassumingly, like, sucky, but you never know type thing. Its stats are, like, pretty average. Jesus.
Hello there.
But its special defense is lower. So I think we're gonna Icy Wind here. What's up, Dino? How am I being so sad? I'm not sad. Oh, I forgot I'm confused. Oh, we still hit. Cotton Sport. That doesn't even affect me. Okay, we're just gonna Icy Wind again. Ah, he finally hit himself. Damn it. I'm not sad. Why are you saying I'm sad? I'm happy. We have a full team. Well, I don't want to jinx it, but we have a full team of Ice type Pokemon. Like this run is a continuation of yesterday's run. Like it's actually looking okay. Dr. Dinell of the Gigabyte Clan? It is. Y'all are such big gamblers. Look at my team, Dinell. Look how freaking crazy they are. Okay, for the double battle, who do I want to use, though? That's... Ooh, I think we have a potion. I'm going to use a potion. Sing with me, sing for the years, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. I don't think that's how gambling works, Dino. Alright, heads or tails? I'll give you 2 minutes to decide how much to put. We could buy more Great Balls now, which is nice, though. Oh, we only have one cover fossil, okay. Okay, good, we do have a potion. Wait, what? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. We're gonna just potion you up. Perfect. True, let's bet 10k. Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for the laughter, sing for the tear. You want head? Bro, go to Tinder for that, all right? Or like Grinder or whatever you use. Oh, this is great. This is so good. We could icy win and just kill them both, possibly. They're high level. Oh, yes! Oh, that worked so beautifully. We didn't even need to potion up, but obviously it was, it was a bit risky. What's Heart Stamp? I don't remember what it is. Oh, it's a psychic move that does 60 damage? Jesus. From what I remember though, Jinx is a special attacker. Why does it learn all these physical moves? That's so annoying. And we do have a ghost move. I completely forgot about Lick on Big Lips. What do we take out just to have more coverage? Ice Punch or Powder Snow? Powder Snow does less damage, but it's a special move. It's actually a hard decision. I think we'll take out Ice Punch, unfortunately. Big Lips is just not made to be a physical attacker. Like, look at that attack. It's terrible. Literally more than half. 40. Yeah, we'll take out Ice Punch here. I wish there were more gamblers here. True. Don't worry. Once I become a big streamer, you guys, it'll be cool. Everyone's so skittish with their points. Doctor, one day we gotta bet 100k. Jesus. I had to scam myself out of 3k just to get Nathan to gamble more than 10. True. But he didn't have many points at that time. If I ever get that high, of course. Y'all are all about the points. I love this song. Oh, this run is going so well. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop jinxing it. Let's save. Oh, that was beautiful. All right, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Okay. Will it be heads or tails? Heads or tails? This coin flip doesn't count, obviously, but we got tails. Just fun when you win. That's how gambling works. True. All right, I'm gonna flip again. I don't know what's gonna happen here, guys. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? I pressed the wrong zoom in button. Oh, it's tails! Ladies and gentlewomen. Damn. I did do the wrong zoom. It is tails. Wait, let me see who voted for what. I can't see it yet. Damn. Wait, who won? Oh, Doctor won. Bro, Doctor, you've been winning so much lately. Jesus Christ. Now I will lose. Oh, never mind. This is a good content for your TikTok? Do you think it actually is? Alright, I'll make a note of it. Oh, you money turn. Heads or tails? Talking, all day, all night, all day. It's short and sweet. Okay, I'm not spending points anymore. That's a lot of points, bro. I enjoy betting a lot more now that I don't care if I lose or not, though. I mean, yeah, you have a good point to bet more, you know, because you've gotten a lot out of the channel points. It's that one extra point I put in that won it for me. True. You have 23k. Jesus. You gonna 13k bet, guys? Wait, are you serious? Are you sure? Oh, we found a nugget. Hell yeah. Excuse me. We gotta get to 1 mil for TikTok. True. Not really, though. Oh. Na, 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 na. Wait, are you guys actually gonna do 13k? Because if yes, I'll set it up again. out and all day. Every time, come on, I tell you. Lugia! Jesus! You're not an ice type, though, so we can't catch you. God damn it. That's another clip, right? No, I mean, I only have 13k. I don't want to spend anymore. Okay. I need to save up points so I can run. Whichever side has the points wins bets and rig the hell out of them. I think if you... Did they change that on Twitch? I don't remember if they changed it. But there was a rule that if a mod puts up a thing, that they can't vote for it. Empoleon. Jesus. All night, all night. If we run into Kyurem in the next 2 minutes, I'm gonna gift 20 subs. Wait, am I going the wrong way? I think I might be going the wrong way. No, you just can't choose the result if you participate. Ah, I see. That's actually really good. Wait, so then you can't do what you want to do. I know you're just trolling, but... Ooh, it's a pink Jellicent. But that's actually perfect. I like that. Oh, no, wait. You still could do what you want to do. I would just have to, like, not realize that you're doing it, essentially. There we go. There's the exit. See me to know rapu story. A cute Japanese girl that I met in Japan, her favorite song was this song. Kekyoku no kakita. She was really good at singing too. Alright, heal my Pokemon, bish. I mean, girl. Thank you, girl. Oh, this run is so sexy right now. It's whichever side has the most points. Yeah, no, I got it after thinking about it a little longer. Doctor can make 2 extra accounts. That's true too. At this point, anyone can make extra accounts to rig things. Probably shouldn't say that out loud, but yeah. I have been tricked by that in the past. So. Nega? Oh, damn, bro. I didn't realize they say that word in this song. Actually, I did. But it's Japanese, so it's okay. Should I put that on TikTok? Is this the right way? Oh, it is. Okay. We're about to verse the second gym, guys. So if we lose no Pokemon against the second gym, ooh, that's gonna feel very nice. There's a new thing on Twitch that only allows verified accounts chat. Oh, yeah. Which is supposed to cut down on alt accounts, but it probably also makes it harder for people's main accounts. Yeah. I'm really not into restricting access to things. That's why I'll probably almost never implement that. But I have seen that on other people's streams. It's supposed to, like, counter the... Twitch is trying to find a way to counter the problem of, like, bots, hate raids. Just people who literally raid other people and just spew, like, racist comments or whatever. But, I don't know. There's other ways you could do that. I have a panic button, so I could click that, and it'll basically, like, clear chat. It'll make it follower-only chat, and you have to be following for the past 10 minutes at least. It turns off all the channel point rewards. You know, so it's like you could find workarounds for that as a streamer. I think I have to fix it though, the panic button, because I have things set up a bit differently now. What's up, Nico? Welcome back. How are ya? And by the way, this is where you get the old rod, for those wondering, from that guy. It's kind of sick. Oh, it's very cool, yeah. Unless you're saying it's kind of messed up that people do that. But yeah, it's... I basically follow certain YouTubers that talk about ways to improve Twitch. That's how we have the GTA, like, channel point reward and the break the internet and all this stuff. I just follow these YouTubers, and every time they have a new video up, I try to like absorb the knowledge and do something new on stream. I actually want to add a lot of new stuff, but I've been editing lately, and most of my family went on vacation, so I've been having to like wake up early to walk my dog and stuff, and do like just like wash dishes or whatever, like do other stuff. So like food, think about food and stuff. So I haven't been on my A game for Twitch lately for adding new stuff, but also just editing. I think I'm gonna get the video out for the when we donated money to streamers. I think that video is gonna come out this Friday possibly, so that should be cool. I don't know if I want to buy Great Balls here, because I think we got access to Ultra Balls soonish. Yo, what's up, Chris? What's up? Are you thinking of the... Do you recognize the song? This is Minori. Minori loved this song. Oops, name drop. I just name dropped the Japanese person that will probably never see this stream. Hell yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. So every time we get strength, I should honestly use it to go back and get TMs and stuff like that, because you do get access to certain things with strength, but I never do that for some reason. I don't know if I should do that for this run, because this run is feeling very good, but you never know type thing. You just finished oh, you streamed? Nice. How did it go? The level cap is 25 here. Can we take on the gym leader? What do you guys think? You know what? I think I wrote a note for myself for this part. I learned how to play this song on piano, a lot of it. I didn't really write a note for myself. Oh, I was gonna grind them to level 27 after the second gym, so I might as well grind them to level like 23-ish. I think that's what I usually do. I don't want to screw this. I don't want to screw this up, you know? By the end of today, my hope is that we beat the third gym without losing anyone. That's the hope. We're going to save here. Ooh, we also have the... You know what? Let's use the rod and see what happens. It's a little slow, but we'll just try it a little bit. Na, 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 na. Imagine finding Kurum in the water here. Oh! Oh, that was so... Oh, I had it on 175% speed. So it didn't even let me press the button. What's up, Nico? Come on. What are we getting? What are we getting? Ooh, it's a chicken. Don't need that Pokemon, though. What level is it going to be? 15. That's actually kind of... annoying to catch, in case we get someone we could catch. Come on, old Rod. How did the stream go, Chris? Yeah, come on. What are we getting? What are we getting? It's a chicken again. Ooh. That Pokemon's actually insane, but... Hopefully we can run away. I think I remember it being kind of quick. This is the spot to fish, though. It's working out really well. Let's see if I could do it at 175 speed. Come on. Oh! Oh, it's too slow. It's actually really hard. Okay, we'll go back to 100% speed. We fight together. Last Pokemon. Anyone know how many encounters there are in this part of the game? That's a very random question, but... Jesus, now there's nothing popping up. Alright, let's try here. Be careful with gym leaders. Engine Ice-type Pokemon? Engine? What does engine mean? Yeah, gym leaders. Honestly, it's not just gym leaders. Everything is scary. Because everything is random. You know what I mean, Nico? So, like, even this battle against Poliwrath, if I can't run away and it has a fight like close combat or something crazy like that, then I could lose a Pokemon right there. All right, we're gonna stop using the rods. Wait, do we have access to an item here? I don't want to risk it. The ice dinosaur Pokemon? Oh, Auroras? Yeah. We don't have it fully evolved, but we have it. This is we've never caught this many ice Pokemon in any run. So this is pretty crazy stuff. Maybe we train around here. Meryl should be easy to train against. Jesus, it's level 21 though. We're gonna run away from here after this battle. Oh god. Yeah, we gotta push you guys to like level 23 or something. Furry swipes, don't need that shoot. New divide. Alright. I'm gonna save so I don't run into a trainer by accident here. Like this trainer. It was very easy to run into by accident. Yes, I'm playing a Nuzlocke. An ice-only Nuzlocke. So I can only use ice Pokemon. And every single Pokemon is random. Well, it's supposed to be, but sometimes it doesn't feel like it. I think we could train. We could probably train right here, actually. This is close enough, I feel like, to the town. Cross distance in the rain. And also we've explored a good amount of this area, so an ice type is gonna be less likely. I don't want to run into ice Pokemon here. Right now I wouldn't mind, but after we get rid of Obama Snow to train the rest of them, like it's a bit scary. Come on. What the heck? There's no Pokemon. There we go. If it keeps being Frogadier, that would be perfect for Obama. Obama. Tonight, and your voice is all I heard. He's just a little faster than us, which is a bit annoying, but... Do we want Sharpen? His defense is already insanely high. Oh, we're not going to teach him Sharpen. I think that increases attack, maybe? I don't remember. I thought it increased defense, though. Oh my god, Amora. Raisin. Amora could actually kill us. Because it has rock moves, so we're going to run away from that. Ooh, Ducklet. I don't think we ran into Ducklet before. Ooh, Ducklet has flying, but flying shouldn't be super effective against us. Icy Wind should be super effective, though? Oh, no, it's not. Is it an ice flying type? It must be. Wait. It's not an ice type. No way. Water flying, maybe? I don't think I have this on my... Yeah, he's water flying. Okay. That makes more sense. Because I was like, I do not have him on my list. Oh, he confused me. Oh. I remember last night when you came in my butthole. Ooh. Gonna train him to level 23. Gonna train her to level 23. Gonna train God to level 22-ish. And the rest of them, I think, will level up enough by then. Because the second gym leader only has 2 Pokemon, so... I don't want to... it's like... It's always... With Nuzlocke, it's always this balance of finding the... Especially with hardcore Nuzlocke, with finding a balance of, like, levels. To not over-level or under-level. When you have level caps, at least. When I did one Pokemon Fire Red Nuzlocke, it was... Oh, you did a Pokemon Fire Red Nuzlocke? It was horrible. Nuzlocks are hard, man. We've reset 162 times. Okay? 162 times. And the furthest we got was the 5th gym. And that was with Kyurem. The furthest we got without Kyurem, I think, was the 3rd or 4th gym. Don't remember. How far did you get in your Pokemon Fire Red Nuzlocke? Race on a place on right, and I believe Hashem's race on a place on right, and you believe. Grimer is very grimy. Haha, I'm so funny. You lost your 2 Raichus. Oh, usually in Nuzlocke, there's a dupes clause a lot of the time where you can't use 2 Pokemon of the same type. But, damn, that sucks. Why you gotta poison me, bro? Poison's not super effective to you, right, Obama? Icy Wind might one-hit KO? Let's go. Okay, good. See, in this game, poison doesn't affect you outside of battle, I'm pretty sure. So we could just run... We could just run back and heal up. We get to do this every time, too, which is pretty cool. Whee! Then it's bound to overflow. Ask Hashem for mercy and he'll throw you a rope. From God you say he couldn't be found. To the sky looking beneath the crown like a king without his crown. I messed it up. Reggae. Reggae, but it's not like bad. It's good. Reggie Rock. Please let me run away. Thank you, Reggie Rock. Good boy. I think the Reggies don't have too high of speed. Also, it's gonna be, since we're in the rain. Shelter. Oh, we already have Cloyster. Since we're in the rain, we're probably gonna run into a different Pokemon now. Gotta go. All right, see ya, doctor. Thanks for popping in and have an amazing night, bro. See ya, bro. Shelter. Running into water Pokemon is good for Obama, though, because of our grass. Because of a Razor Leaf. Goat. He's the goat. Aha, so funny. Icy Wind should be Gucci Gaga over here. He's already almost level 23. Oh. Hopefully that'll be enough for the second gem later. I'm dumb though. I could I don't know how risky it is to train him to level 25, to be honest. Let's go Razor Leaf here. Bye-bye. Oh, he's still not level 23. Oh, cool emote, Nico. Your bye. I like it. We gotta run away from that. Nice cock. Aw, thank you. Wait, what? You've never seen it? And you never will. Oh, God. No ice-type Pokemon. That's good. Fire is 4 times effective. That's bad. We're gonna run away. If we had a different Pokemon, we wouldn't have, but you have not seen it, okay? You weirdo. What's with all these Regirocks? Do we just Razor Leaf? It's level 15, though. I don't know if Razor Leafing it is smart. I think it has Explosion, so that's why I don't attack it. Bro, you don't even know my OnlyFans, bro. Ooh, cool emote. I guess. I don't know if it's cool, but... What's this feeling? I want to rip a hole in the ceiling. Icy Wind. Easy win. Easy win, baby. That should be enough XP. Let's go. And now we put Obama back. Yes, Kuma should be around level 20 by the end of this, which is nice. That's some weird emotes, bro. On a Sunday. Or it's weird to me. What is that? That can't be a Twitch global emote. It's not. I feel like, oh, you have used those emotes before from Dark. Oh, that's the guy that you mod for, yeah? Did you subscribe to him, or did he gift you? Did someone gift you a sub in his channel? Out of curiosity. Obama, just chill. I'll be back for you, bro. And before you answer that, I'm gonna go pee-pee. Jesus Christ, I have to pee a lot today. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back. Some good pee. Haha, you tried to do ads. Welcome back, Ping Pong Moosers. What's up, guys? He gifted me a sub because he betted. Oh, nice. No school for 14 whole days. Damn. What, you're on break? That's a lot of days of no school. When does it start? Today? That's awesome. Let's go. Oh, it's raining in the game. Yeah? Hell yeah, that's awesome. What's your plans for the 2 weeks of no school? I'm going the wrong direction. I mean, I could train there too, but it takes longer to find Pokemon, I think. Oh, it stopped raining. It started on with a kiss, then I did some piss. I just did some piss. Oh, I forgot I have a psychic move now. Let's go with Powder Ice or whatever. This now. Yeah, this is a cool song. I love how it says requested by YouTube link. You passed your test early and that was the prize? Wait, what? What, your family just told you don't need to go to school for 2 weeks? I'm very confused. Is that a thing that parents do? Jealousy. Oh, I can't sing right now. Or ever. Down to alibis. The price to pay. Destiny is calling me. The school said pass this test, no school for 2 weeks. What? Why would the school say that? You got 100? Hey, let's go. Nice. Good job, bro. Why would the school say that, though? Kind of weird. IMO. Some party? Hell yeah. What's your plans? What's your plans? Like this, it was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. That's funny. We're using big lips while singing the songs. Do drugs. Nice. It's probably not the best thing to do. What else you gonna do? Just now. Just now. There we go. Watch me pee. Yo, one time I was streaming a 24-hour stream, and I went to pee, and apparently chat still heard it, and Nathan was dying of laughter. I remember that. That was funny. Funny times, funny times. Jealousy. I can't sing. Sounds like popcorn. How'd you know my pee sounds like popcorn? What? This is just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Eager eyes. Some Mr. Brightside. I just realized my cursor was there, and you saw my mouse. It's kind of sussy baka right there. I don't know if I want to verse Frogadier. I just realized you could see your own shadow in this game. It's kind of cool. Jealousy is when you go and you pee and you cannot really see. I don't know. Yeah, enough of Naruto. Oh, Jimi Hendrix, baby. I got a PS5 and 4 headphones that work for my computer. What? Thanks to its USD, it gave me to plug... Oh, USB? It gave me to plug it into the computer and works. Hell yeah! That's awesome. So you're going to be playing a lot of PS5, yeah? What games you going to be playing? I really don't want to verse this Frogadier. I learned how to play this on guitar when I was in high school. Let's see if I can still play it. Oh, I have to start over. No, I don't remember it. Wait. Yeah, I don't remember it. Damn it. Oh, I don't remember it. Oh, so stupid. All right, powder snow is not super effective here, but it does some good damage. FNAF? Isn't it too scary for you? Is Essie the new one? Hey, yo, everyone's going up levels. Let's go. No, I don't want to train her anymore. Especially against Magmortar. She's walking through the clouds. Fortnite? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Minecraft? Those are all very popular games. Call of Duty? Nah, which Call of Duty? And fairy tales. Black Ops? Oh wow. Cold War or an older one? Let's put this Pokemon back. She's close to me. I guess we'll train with Mamoswine here. Just to me free. Cold War? Oh, nice. Are you gonna get Vanguard? She says it's alright. Take anything you want from me. Anything. I love how I'm pretending I have a fake mic when I have a mic right next to my face. Oh, fly on, little wing. Damn, he disabled a move I couldn't even hit with. Don't disable. Oh, he's he thought out. What the hell? I hate when that happens. You just started, so you don't know? Oh, okay. Bro, people are pretty toxic in Call of Duty, so good luck, bro. But I guess you could be toxic back, right? The shadow looks so dumb. What the heck? Please be able to run away, God. Yeah, little wing, oh, little wing. I know, but the power knowing where they live. Wait, what? I know, but the power knowing where they live. Oh, you know where they live? Okay, I'm kind of tired of this song. I need to add more less Japanese songs. Or just like different Japanese songs. It's a shelter. It could kill us. But we're gonna attack it anyway. Because it's a shelter. Because all Black Ops players live in their mom's basement. True. Same as me. I live in my mom's basement. But I'm proud of it. I don't know if I'm proud of it. I'm ambivalent towards it. Maybe I care a little bit, but. And you're gonna play some Rocket League? Nice. Are you good at Rocket League? Are you like gold ranked? Or are you like bronze? I don't know the ranks well for that game. Try not to kill yourself. Yeah, don't do that. I don't regret the truth of 1,000 lies. It takes so long to level this guy up. Bronze? Oh, well, I guess because you just got PS5 recently, you just got a lot of games also, right? That makes sense. Done. Oh, that's super effective. Ah! I become... Yeah, that makes sense. Let me know what you end up liking the most for the games. Done in the task. What's in front of me? While I was gone, I was hooking up your PS5. Oh, cool. Of uncertainty. That is pretty cool. I do play some PS5 games too from time to time. So I understand the coolness. You know what? I'm not going to train the rest of the team. I think they're okay at the levels they are. We're going to verse the second gem. I believe in myself. I believe in my team. I'm going to put my guitar down, though. Of what I've done. The PS5 controller makes my hands want to kill themselves. Yeah, honestly, I had to get used to it too. How do you feel only 3 or 4 people are watching? I don't care. I didn't even know only 3 or 4 people watching. I don't care, Nico, because if I cared, I wouldn't be able to stream. I have over 1,000 hours streamed, okay? If I cared, I wouldn't be able to. What I care about is the long-term game. That's why I'm making YouTube videos. That's why we're going to change things up next month. That's why every stream has something that's related to, like, putting up for TikTok or YouTube. So I don't really care, to tell you the truth, Nico. Should I get Apex? Yes! Apex is free, and I actually really like it. I like it more than Fortnite, personally, but it depends on the person. You could probably get both, no? Wait, you can't get Halo on PC, on PlayStation. But I'm assuming you're saying on PC. Yeah, Halo Infinite is free also, and I've heard it was really good, so I would get both if I could. Get both. I like Apex. Apex is one of my favorite Battle Royale games. Halo, I grew up playing Halo 1, 2, Halo 1 and 2, and Halo Reach. So I'm biased. I like Halo, but also Halo Infinite, again, is free, and people said it's good. I haven't played it, but is Halo Infinite not the new... Wait, am I saying it wrong? Isn't Halo... New Halo game. I thought it was Halo Infinite. Yeah, Halo Infinite. It's free. The multiplayer is free, I should say. The campaign, I don't know. I'm assuming, I guess, not free. I would try out the multiplayer before buying anything for Halo. あなたは気にしませんか? 気にしません。はい。気にしないでください。気にしない。なぜなら、なんか、わからない。でも気にしない。I don't know. I don't care about 3, 4 viewers. Because I only got enough space for one of them. Ah. Well, I mean, I would get Apex on PS5 and then Halo on PC. Because unless you're saying you just don't have enough space. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, that means do you care? True. Yeah, that's right. I'm smart sometimes. IQ plus, maybe, God? IQ plus? I believe in you and me. Oh, I have to get the guys back from the PC. Ka? Yo, let's go! Thank you. 気にしない。気にしません. Ka is a question, how you ask questions in Japanese. All right, we're gonna put Big Boy out first over here. Then we'll put Jinx second. Yo, this team is... Well, I don't want to jinx anything, but I think we should be good for the second gem. You got them both? Nice. Hopefully it downloads quickly. Apex is like 60 gigs for some reason. It used to be less. And Halo, my assumption is it's a lot of gigs too. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm curious to know what you think is... Your Wi-Fi is OP? Oh, awesome. Not many people say that in chat, so that's pretty cool. My Wi-Fi used to be OP, and now it kind of sucks. I don't know why. Well, now it's okay. You better make me cry until we all fall down. I think I already memorized how to go through this, but they're both almost 100 gigs. Really? Jesus, that's a lot. They have to start like making like, well, I guess they do have, but they should have like 10 not gigabyte what's it, how do you say it? Not big, what's higher than gigabyte? Trigabyte? That sounds wrong. I remember exactly how to go through this. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna save here because this guy's always annoying. You don't know? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's megabyte, there's gigabyte, terabyte. They have to start making like 5 terabyte PlayStations and consoles and like 10 terabyte external hard drives that are relatively cheap. They might already have, but I'm not sure. All right, let's put some battle music on. Because everything, like this, the amount of space these games are taking nowadays is like insanely high. You don't think so? Oh, okay. You don't think that they're inexpensive? Put Fearless? I have to put a copyright-free song, so because this might make it into the YouTube video. If this is the last run. Okay, Aerodactyl. A bit scary, but we do have Icy Wind. If he has Ancient Power, that is a very scary thing. We could set up with Mist, but I'm going to go straight into Icy Wind to see how much that does. Okay, he did use Ancient Power. Ooh, okay, that did very beautiful damage. Because we could essentially kill Aerodactyl here. If we could tank this and no crits. No! Are you kidding me? He gets the 10% boost from that too? Shit. Now he's going to be able to potion up too. What do we use here now? I hate this game sometimes. Okay, we got to go into Mamoswine here. Since Mamoswine won't die from Ancient Power. It's not GG, it's just very annoying. Powder Snow, I don't know if it'll kill. God damn it, stop using... How did it do so much damage? Oh my god, that did like nothing! Now he's gonna potion up. Shit. Oh my god. This might be GG. What do I do? Ground moves do 0 because he's a flying piece of shite. We could change out to Clam Slam and take a risk with Clam Slam. It's just so risky. I think we're forced to because God doesn't do enough damage. I should have trained everyone up higher. Hyper Potion? I forgot it's not a regular potion. He has a freaking Hyper Potion. It's fine, it's fine. We're gonna go Supersonic into Protect. God damn it! I hate this game. I should have protected right away. That was really dumb of me. Everyone dies from Ancient Power here. I think he has one more Ancient Power here. I mean, Lovely Kiss is our only chance. He avoided it. God, you're useless. Get the hell out of here. You're literally useless. We lost 2 of our best guys. Why would I go Blocky? Oh, Blocky has high physical defense. He doesn't have any more Ancient Powers, so we're okay. It looks like Roar is his only move, so we're gonna Powder Snow here. Yeah. I'm such an idiot! I should have protected. Oh, he had another Ancient Power. It's like he knew that Blocky would kill him. Would be the strongest to take on. Yeah, it's about to be 163, Nissan. What's up? It's because he got the boost from Ancient Power, that's why. I don't think he has any Ancient Powers left, though. I don't even want to go on with, like, losing so many of our guys. Oh, God. Should only have... Yeah, it used 5 already. To wipe out half our team. I don't care about Hail right now. Alright. Ice is not that insane, but... Like... Our best bet might be... We might be able to do good damage. Roar. Okay, he might not have any moves. Why would I use Flying Move on him? He has Thunder Shock. Alright, we're gonna Lovely Kiss here. We're gonna Lovely Kiss to put it to sleep. And then we're gonna change to God. Because we get hit with super effective moves. This is second Joe. We're gonna mud bomb. The furthest we got was 5th gym. It doesn't do enough. We can't heal. We can't use any healing thing. These are the rules. It keeps roaring. It's so annoying. Jeez, how does a quick attack do that much damage? Oh my god. We're in set mode. We can't heal. No items in battle. We can only use ice type Pokemon. Everything is randomized. Does he have another hyper potion? Okay, he doesn't. Okay, thank god, bro. We won. I'm not gonna do the congrats button. We won. But what did it cost us? Oh. We learned Brine. That's a special move though. That's so annoying. Stupid ass Grant. We won, but it cost us half our team. Nah, we can't catch the same Pokemon exactly. But we still have a chance to catch Kyurem, so that's the good news. God damn it, bro. We lost half our team. And 2 members that were insanely strong because I'm an idiot. I panicked. I should have used, instead of Supersonic that missed, I should have gone for Protect in the circumstance before. God damn. That sucks. I thought this was gonna be the run. We caught the most ice Pokemon out of any run in this run. But god damn. It could still be the run. But Jesus Christ, I'm so tired of grinding like Pokemon just for them to die. You know? God damn. This is so sad. Thank you for your service, Obama. Thank you for your service, Clam Slam. And thank you for your service. But who was the third one we missed? Avalugg. Thank God we still have Mamoswine. Thank God we still have God. Goodbye. God damn. No, Box One we can't use. We can't use Jirachi. Bing bong. These guys are still alive, but they suck because they're not fully evolved. We need to get an item to evolve Sneasel. And Rainbow evolves like at level like 40 or 30 something, and Celio evolves at like level 44. So they're useless, right? Like for most of the game. Oh shit! I forgot to refossilize our Pokemon too. Everything is random, so refossilizing Pokemon is random too. But there's there's obviously a small chance to get an Ice type Pokemon. So we're gonna go back to do that right now. Oh, I almost ran into this guy. You are still OP actually. If we didn't have you, we wouldn't have. If we didn't have God Mamoswine, we wouldn't be able to take out Raikou. At least I don't think we would have been. I don't know. Jesus. All right. We were able to take out the second gem, so it's not the end of the run at least. Let's see what our fossil gets us. We have 2 fossils too. Let's see what we're getting. Empoleon. Okay, that's useless. What's the other one gonna be? Bro, stop spamming that, God. I'm gonna time you out, bro. Sneasel still has good stats, even if not evolved. Not really. It's way too glass cannony. So its defense and special defense and HP are so low that it's probably not going to be able to tank a hit. And its tank is pretty decent attack, but like it doesn't have any good enough attack moves to one-hit KO. So it's not that good. The best thing about having Sneasel is like encountering wild Pokemon so we could run away quickly. Like we need Weevil's stats. Weevil's stats are like his still glass cannony, but they're decent enough to like tank at least a hit, you know? That's why he's pretty useless right now. Basically with Nuzlocke, like Azrael. Okay, so we got shit. Basically for Nuzlocke, like having Pokemon that can tank hits is like more important than having Pokemon that are glass cannons, because especially with this randomizer Nuzlocke, because every Pokemon we go up against is randomized. Damn, I did not expect to lose half our team there. I'm not gonna lie. Stupid ass Aerodactyl. Like, how lucky is it? There's a 10% chance for Ancient Power to boost stats, and he happens to get that. I think it boosts it by 2 stages. It might be 1 stage, but like it's obviously insanely good, and it freaking just wipes out half our team. God damn. Like, the fact that we lost Cloyster sucks, because he had a Supersonic Protect strat, which was working out really well previously. And then Obama is Obama. He sets up the hail for the rest of the team, because he has Snow Warning as his ability. And who was the third person we lost? Avalugg? Avalugg has really good physical attack, but that's okay. Because Kuma, like, Beartic has insanely good physical attack as well. So that's, like, not that big of a deal. Wrong button. You got that 6 times? What'd you get 6 times? Okay, so let me change the stuff on stream. We're gonna add the second badge here. And we gotta do this manually, unfortunately. But we lost Obama. Who do we have now? Jinx is our carry now? That's so sad. But we have Celio. You got that 6 times, the stat boost? Yeah, stat boost is annoying. Ancient Power is like one thing that wipes out almost our entire team. It's very annoying to go up against. You see, if we had a Mora there, maybe she would have been able to do something, but her stats are so bad that I don't even know if it would have been worth it. And here we have Sneasel. Alright. Mamoswine is probably gonna be like our carrying like guy now. I don't know. Oh, I forgot to change the level caps. I'll read chat in a second. I just want to change the level cap. Level cap goes up to level 32. But we gotta be careful, because 32 is like, it's not as high as one might think. We have to verse 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need to verse 12 more trainers before the 4th gym leader. So we can't level up our guys too much. We're gonna push with Jinx actually, because Jinx has the ability to put people to sleep. So only 47 possible. Actually, no, even less. So there's 47. There's 41. There's 41 ice types we could catch, and there's 41 ice types in all of Pokemon. There's 26 of different evolution lines, but from 1st to 6th gen, there's 33 ice type Pokemon and 19 with different evolution types. We couldn't catch a Snorunt. We lost 3 already. So, and we have a full party. So we have like, what, 10 out of 19 that are possible to get. I have every single type Pokemon we could have written down right here. It's 19. It's only 19 Pokemon of different types. Honestly, if we get Kyurem, we're set. Kyurem is the best. You're gonna buy Jellybean? Oh god. Yes. Need Kyurem, black Kyurem, and a white Kyurem. Kyurem is like, Kyurem literally. So our best run was with Kyurem, and we got to the 5th gym, and we lost to the last Pokemon of the 5th gym. It was so frustrating. We would have had a chance if I changed like one thing, I think. I think I screwed up with like one move at one point of time. Where we would have had a chance to win. And if we had that chance, we possibly would have beaten that run. Obviously, I don't know because it's all randomized Pokemon, but Kyurem is definitely a need. We had Reggie Ice a couple of times, and Reggie Ice is not good enough. Reggie Ice is like one of the worst legendaries stat-wise, and he doesn't learn. He has Zap Cannon, which is really good, but aside from that, he's kind of like, eh. Why would I start crying, bro? I'm not gonna cry. Bro, we had 162 resets. I'm not gonna cry right now. I have to remember we have Aerial Ace also on a guy, which is kind of cool. Should we teach Rock Tomb? I don't know if I want to teach Strength to one of these guys. Ooh, I think we have a guy who has normal moves turn into ice moves. I think we have one guy who has that ability. Or maybe it was someone who died already. Oh, here. Amora. Rainbow. Normal type moves become ice type moves. So I think we're going to teach it Strength. Strength actually becomes insane on Amora. But I think Amora's special attack is higher, so it might not be worth it. Yeah, Aurorus has higher special attack. 99 versus 77. But it could be, it's still early game, so it could be useful. So we're going to teach it to, oh, we can't even learn it. Never mind. Lost half your Uwu team. Chiro. Bro, it happens. This is the hardest Nuzlocke I've done by far. But it's like much harder. I didn't expect it to be this much harder than like every other Nuzlocke I've been doing. We're gonna put... I wish we could use one of these guys. We're gonna put Empoleon. I think he could learn Strength. We can't use other Pokemon, but for HMs, like as HM slaves, I'm gonna say we can. I don't care. Jesus, he has such a good setup too. Look at this. Metal Claw, Bubble Beam, Peck, and Swords Dance. I don't know if he's a physical attacker, but if he is, that's pretty good. Well, now he has Strength. You should add something that every time you say uwu, something plays. So I did try to add voice commands. The problem with voice commands is that they're not very accurate. So the voice command system that I had set up wasn't very accurate. So if I said like uwu, it might not register. Maybe if I get something that's more accurate, it could be cool. But yeah, as of now, I don't have that because of that reason. Oh, Zekrom. Yo, I got so excited for a second. Zekrom is Electric Dragon. So, pretty useless. Exclamation point clap. You know what? Maybe I make exclamation point clap a reward. Not a reward, a thing, yeah? I'll add that for next stream if I remember. I'll put a note right now. It'll be like easy clap or something. That sounds like a good idea. All right, let's use Strength here. The reason I'm using Strength is because there's a TM here, and TMs are randomized. So the best case scenario, I get something like Ice Beam, and I sweep to or you know, I potentially no, wrong way. I potentially sweep to the third gym. Who asked? No one asked. But as a tiny streamer, I have to talk to myself, so that's why. True. Exactly. Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp is not too good because fire type moves are gonna, I mean, it burns them. So let's see if anyone could learn it. No one could learn it. Oh god. You need 3 Kyurems, Articuno, Glaceon, and Regice. Well, I can't have duplicate Pokemon. What I need is just Kyurem alone basically got me to the 5th gym. Because he has Dragon Rage. So the fact that he has Dragon Rage and it does 40 damage no matter what is just so powerful. And then Stab on top of that. So Oh no, wait. I don't know if stab actually. No. Stab. I assume doesn't apply there, but Kyurem, Black Kyurem, and White Kyurem different Pokemon. I don't. But I don't know if that would count. I don't. Okay. I don't know if they're considered different Pokemon because like they are different Pokemon, but like if you look at like PokemonDB.net or like they're all the same number. What if you find and catch a Max Kyurem? Then that would be beautiful. If it has like decent moves. Even if it doesn't, look at those stats. It's insane. Like, look at Reggie Ice. Look how sucky Reggie Ice is. Like he's not even that tanky. Like his special defense is really good. But his physical defense is like good, and his HP sucks. Or is like okay. And he's not even like that. Like he's worse than regular Pokemon attacking wise. Like I don't know. He just sucks. But I didn't think about it because it never popped up yet. Obviously, getting Black or White Kyurem would be beautiful. Probably White Kyurem to get because special attack ice moves are more common. I feel. I don't know. Black and White Kyurem, Nuzlocke. I want to see what people say. That's a different thing. Well, okay. Let's see. God put the rules. Are you racist? No, they're called Black and White Kyurem, bro. Oh, it's the same. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're considered... I think I would consider them as duplicate Pokemon because they're versions of the same thing. Okay, God, I'm timing you out. You're spamming that way too much. Nah, I'm just joking. I'm too nice of a person. If you beg on your knees, if you beg and you say sorry, I won't time you out. All right, God, you gotta say sorry. Maybe should have caught the Zekrom to fuse future Kyurem. I can't catch the Zekrom according to. Okay, I'm timing you out. Bye. Maybe should have caught the Zekrom to fuse future Kyurem. The thing is, I can't catch the Zekrom because according to the rules, which are all deleted now, but I can only catch or use. Only ice Pokemon could be caught or used, so that's why. Okay, I'm gonna untime you out now. Okay. So this next area is kind of scary. Bro, you're just bored and you're asking for it. This next area is a bit scary. Because the Pokemon are just too high level. Oh, it has Sonic Boom. It's a bit scary. Sonic Boom is like as equally scary as Dragon Rage, essentially. Almost as scary. Dragon Rage is slightly more scary because Dragon Rage is usually with Dragon-type Pokemon which have like better stats. Actually, no, what am I saying? It's always 40 damage. Poliwhirl, get out of here. Now, we're basically going to search a little bit in the grass to see if any Ice-type Pokemon pop up that we don't have. They're supposed to be randomized, but there's usually, I think, 8 different Pokemon in grass, in flowers. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to move on to versing a Team Flare member and a girl that has two pretty high-level Pokemon, actually. Which is basically like the second gym leader. It's like, because every Pokemon is randomized, gym leaders aren't even as powerful as like some random trainers. It's crazy. How are you though, Nissan? Have you been playing, what's it called? Grumpik. Have you been playing Civ lately? I'm assuming yes. I hate this person. They're so annoying to pass by. This is why I save right next to her. God damn. It's the only time I'll reload up something. If I make a mistake against the gym leader or whatever, I don't reload it up. If I lose a Pokemon, I lose it. But against... Like, if I accidentally run into a Pokemon trainer, that's whatever. Yeah. This is where we have to verse a Team Flare member. It is what it is. Let's just do it. Oh, I forgot they have 2 Pokemon. Okay, cast form is just normal type, but it changes, right? Will it change to ice if I powder snow it? I don't remember how it works. Oh, these rain dance. What the hell? What do I use against it? Oh, let's use Lovely Kiss. We don't have any grass moves because Obama Snow is dead now, but we could use Hard Stamp. And it woke up. Why would he change to ice? That's so weird. We don't have any fire, rock, or steel moves with him. I guess we'll just lick. That did like nothing. Why is it? Does it have no moves aside from like changing forms? That's so dumb. I feel like it has one move to actually attack, no? Like Copycat or something? Okay, it's dead. Ooh, yes. Okay, you actually have a decent-ish move now. Probably take out Scratch. Yeah, Scratch, like, we have quick attack, so there's no purpose of having Scratch. Ooh, takedown. Oh, that's right, because of its ability. Because of its ability, takedown's actually an ice move. But Rainbow is a special attacker. I have to always remember that. I'm just gonna take Powder Snow out because it's basically a worse icy wind, except that accuracy wise. But whatever, I'll take that risk. Powder Snow. Watch you go. That's such a high level Pokemon. If it was like a frickin', I don't know. If it was like a Moltres, we would have died. Ooh, Mean Look. We don't need Mean Look. There's no Pokemon that we would catch that would run away, so it's not like we're catching Alakazam. It could be useful against certain... maybe I should have kept it. Because, like, if we do some stat effect changes and they try to change out their Pokemon, we could just use Mean Look. But it's too late now anyway. Oh my... Are you kidding me? We lose him and then we get Obama's sight. Jesus. Whatever. Things happen. God messaged me. Untime me. I won't spam it. I promise. See, this is why you probably won't ever become mod, God. Because the job of a mod is to make my job easier, not harder. But it's fine. It's fine. It is fine. Welcome back, bro. Yeah, that was like the worst timing. Imagine we get access to Mega Evolutions pretty soon too. It is what it is. I think we would have lost him regardless. Supez, Superman. How is Supez man? Empoleon. It's only one thing. I forget. We don't. You know what? Whatever. Oh, we have to fight 2 Team Flare. Palkia? Jesus. What is he? A water dragon type, right? What the hell? I beg him to talk. You to untie me. Maybe he just didn't see your message. Or he didn't care. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, we actually have a guy that could counter this, which is nice. No! I forgot to put Empoleon back. He's gaining XP. That could be going to everyone else. An idiot. Okay, this is the last guy we have to verse before moving on, so that's okay. Charge. Do you know the song, God? Good song. Oh, look at that XP. Jesus Christ. He's gonna get... oh, Fear... They're growing a lot of... Nah, Empoleon's level 21. That's so annoying to see. Oh, another electric guy. Perfect. Thank God we still have God, though. Of course you put that song on. Of course. Alright, now we have no other members. No one else to verse except the one annoying trainer that you verse like 5 times in this game for some reason. Okay, no ice type Pokemon yet. By the way, Nissan, if you want, you could put on music. If you want. Cranidos. Another useless Pokemon. We just hit the level cap from the second gym too. And the next trainer we go up against is right here, and she has what does she have? She has 2 level 25 Pokemon. Obviously randomized. I think Jinx, because Jinx could put people to sleep, it's like a little better. Let's get the 2 items we could get first. Tap this link because the SR won't let me. Good dot music? No, thank you. Oh, it's an actual Spotify link? What is this? Fuck me crazy. Yeah, no, it's okay. Send it on the Discord if you genuinely want me to check out music after stream. Because the Spotify music, I can't put copyrighted music on Spotify. I did click it, but I can't put it on like during stream because I can't put copyrighted music through Spotify. Let's get the other. Why is it raining so much in this game? And I doubt it's a good song. Rage Candy Bar. It's no copyright. You're just bullshitting. You don't know that. Most non-copyrighted music says that it's not copyrighted. All right, if I look this up and it is copyrighted, you're getting timed out again. Okay? We're going to play a little game here. Wait, oh, now it actually becomes something that you don't want to bullshit about, right? Okay, then. I won't look it up. That was a Rage Candy Bar. That could actually be useful. Alright. It's not copyrighted. I'm not scared? Yeah, sure. What if I say I'm gonna permaban you if it is copyrighted music? Okay. Alright then. Let's put on some music. Damn, I'm banned. Don't worry, I'm not gonna look it up because I don't think it's copyright. Victini. Jesus. Victini has grass type moves, I think, right? I don't know, he's a fire type. He's a psychic fire type. Big Lips is possibly our best counter to it. For now. Well, actually, no. It dies to a lot. We're gonna Lovely Kiss and then go into Lick. See, Fire's super effective against us, but I think putting it to sleep is a good move. Let me think. The thing is, Mamoswine also dies to Fire. What else do we have to switch to? We have God, Kuma. So Ice, Kuma would die. They're too low. Jesus, I forgot to get rid of Empoleon too. Rainbow's too low of a level. You're gonna have to clutch, Big Lips. You're gonna have to clutch. We're gonna lovely kiss into lick. It used Endure. Oh, it might not have any moves. A lot of mythical and legendary Pokemon don't have too many moves at lower levels. Alright, let's lick. Lick is not gonna do much. Oh my god, that did like nothing. How much will Powdered Snow do? Yo, we have no chance here. We have no shot. We're gonna have to change out to God and hope that it doesn't wake up. It woke up and used Flame Charge. It did much less damage than I thought it would. Alright. Can I send one I know it's not copyrighted? Just send the link and I'll song request it for you. Let's a Mud Bomb here. God damn, and he avoided it. Damn it. Alright, we're gonna switch out to... I don't know if Big Lips could tank it. Why does it keep using Endure? We're gonna lovely kiss here. Let's change to God. Come on, God. Don't wake up, Victini. The scary thing is they have another Pokemon. Ooh, don't wake up. Yes, okay. If it woke up and crit, we would have died. All right, who's the next Pokemon? Ooh, yes, learn Icy Wind. Take out Leer. A legendary Pokemon. Grass type. Oh, God. Okay, grass type is actually good. The thing that's oh god and scary is that it's a legendary. Virizion is not too good though, so. Okay, that did quite a bit damage though. Ooh, we have Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace might do more because he's a physical attacker. Even though Icy Wind... Wait, I think Virizion could die too. Yeah, he's a grass fighting, so he does 4 times to flying. So we're gonna Aerial Ace here. Stop magical. Oh, that did so much damage. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna have to switch out for sure. Kuma would die here. Powder Snow should be enough here, hopefully. Oh, it crit! It crit with a stupid ass takedown. Are you kidding me? Are you... Oh my god. So annoying. Alright. At this point, I don't really know who to use. God, I think, will die from Magical Leaf. I don't remember if Kuma was faster or not. If Kuma is faster, we take out Kuma. Shit, was Kuma faster? I feel like Kuma wasn't faster. I mean, it's 3 levels lower. I mean, I could look at the stats. Let me look at the stats. Okay, Virizion has such a good... is pretty decent. Okay, it's definitely faster. Damn it. It would kill our boy. Damn it. We're gonna have to go with Rainbow and hope Rainbow's gonna die. Rainbow's gonna die. We got a Thunder Wave here. Alright, we lost the run. We 100% lost the run. Oh my god, he had 1 heart. Virizion is literally the perfect counter to our team because fighting and fighting takes out ice, and then well, it's not the perfect counter, but like no, I pressed the wrong button. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. You can't heal God. The rules. That's the end of that run. It's well, that sucks. It's okay. Listen, we need to get Kurum as a starter, and then everything's good. You can't send me a Spotify link. It has to be a YouTube link. Spotify links won't work. Sorry. We're gonna end stream an hour early probably today. That was frustrating. And I have a lot to add for stream, so. And to edit. That's so frustrating. I was like, we've never caught that many ice-type Pokemon in any run. I should have leveled all of them up higher. It's just like, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, though, because like Amora's stats would have been too low anyway. Yeah, I lost the run. We went up against this trainer who had 2 legendary Pokemon. A mythical and a legendary Pokemon. We needed one more, like, I don't know. We needed to hit it one more time, but it just sweeped our whole team because it was too fast. I know. It sucks, Dino. Listen, it wasn't even my fault. I literally couldn't do anything there. It's just this challenge is just way too difficult, I think. I need to get Kurum. Yeah, here's the song you wanted to put. How long are you gonna do this Nuzlocke? Until the end of this month. If until the end of the month we don't progress. This is a 2-minute video. You could song request this. Oh. This song is so stupid. Until the end of the month is Jesus, a Lugia. Is the idea, but play the one I sent, not this. Bro, the one you sent is 2 minutes. You could song request it. Plus, we could play both, so it's okay. DNL, should I just give up on the run? On this Nuzlocke? I feel like if we get to at least 200 resets, I would feel like pretty good about myself. If we get Kurum, so we only have until 169 runs. I have to make more files. So if within the next few runs we get a Kurum, I will gift 5 subs like right away. How long have I been playing this game? I don't know. A couple of weeks. This sounds so stupid. Alright, it's annoying. I'm sorry. We heard it for... Yeah, well... Okay, weeks is not a good way of saying it because I was sick the other week and we didn't stream for like 2 or 3 days. It's better to say how many hours have been spent on this Nuzlocke run. on the typical Nuzlocke run that I play, it's about 24 hours. It takes about a day to beat it. We have definitely gone longer than 24 hours. I don't know how long though. I couldn't tell you. But we've been on this Nuzlocke for quite some time. Actually, let's see. Let's actually look, okay? Ping Pong Masters VOD archive. Stream archive, okay? This is... We started this 3 weeks ago. Well, this is when I uploaded the VOD, so possibly before December 19th. Almost a month. Almost a month straight we've been doing this. Maybe it is time I give it up. Or make it easier, you know? It's been quite some time. Hey, what's up? Welcome. How are you doing, Varia? How are you? How's Wavy? How's everyone doing? I say vote to give up. 24-hour vote. Vote and then go to what? Go to a new Nuzlocke? Or go to Super Mario early on. The thing is, like, the Pokemon... We could also go to a... We could go to a new Nuzlocke. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's been a while. I had COVID. So that sucked. Yeah. It has been a while. How you feeling now? I also think I had COVID. Like a week or two ago. Everyone I know also just got very sick. Maybe casual streams? Yeah, that could work. I want to do stuff geared towards YouTube, though. I mean, I could do that and then go into casual streams. What's new with me? I don't know. What's new with me? I've been editing a video that I donated money to small streamers, so that's gonna come out on YouTube. My YouTube game is on point right now. That's new on me with me because I got an editor who's awesome. I have a new plan to make every month like a challenge based like month. So next month is gonna be Super Mario speedruns. The month after might be like Call of Duty or something, getting a nuke with a sniper or something like that. Cool challenges like that. Aside from that, not too much. COVID these nuts. Mine was pretty bad, but I'm still not over it. Damn. Honestly, I don't think I'm over it either. My nose is still stuffed. It's still... I don't know. It's very annoying. He's gonna do a get a girlfriend challenge for sure. Why do you think I started streaming? To find a girlfriend. That's the whole point. That video is gonna be good. Yeah, I've already edited everything until the last person we donated to. So it's almost done. It's gonna come out Friday most likely. I want to make more videos like that. Because I just think it's fun and it feels good videos. I'm coughing, yeah, but not as much as I was before. I'm coughing like... Now I want to cough because you mentioned coughing. But I'm coughing not too much, but I'm still coughing, yeah. The most annoying thing is the stuffy nose, which never happens like during winter time, you know? And no ice type Pokemon. You know what? If it's a Kyurem, I'm gonna gift 10 subs, okay? We have like 3-4 more runs until a Kyurem. I have no more files for it. What the hell is this song? Yeah, it is. Wait, what is? Oh, the girlfriend challenge? Yeah. I actually had a streamer once contact me to go on a date, and I declined. This is the whole song. It's actually pretty catchy, so I'm gonna leave it on for now. Should he give up the Nuzlocke? Yeah, I've been doing this Nuzlocke for about a month. 164 resets. 165 resets, actually. Alright, we're gonna skip it now. It had like 8 seconds left. And yeah, we haven't had much success. It's just, what can I make? Ooh, I can make a YouTube video like, I tried this Nuzlocke out for 40 hours and this is how far I got, or something like that. That could be a good like framing perspective. Because then I could still use the footage for something. If I give up the Nuzlocke. Ooh, that's a good idea. I do feel like I'm getting tortured by it lately. Yo, the song sounds so good. What the hell? Nut is a big nut. I feel like I've heard this song before. It's so good. The cocoa fruit is the cocoa tree of the cocoa tree. Coconuts, Mali. Coconut tree. Mali. Yo, this song's so good. What the hell? I wish I was a coconut man. I get the fruits free of the cocoa tree. Mali, do 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 do. Random songs put together. Okay. Steve Lacy in front of me. Yo, the song's actually so fire. It slaps. Sometimes you get some good songs in God. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of them. Ice type Pokemon. We got a Walrein. It's not a Kyurem though. Walrein is pretty good. Honestly, I don't feel like doing this run right now. I feel so like dissuaded to continue. This could be the run. It's like when you're mining for gold and you stop right before the gold. I mean, it just he would be Blubby 5.0. Name all the good songs I had. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to do that, but this is one of them. Coconut song. Wrong button. You get very fat. Not a nut. Jesus Christ. It gets so intense. I'm just tired of grinding. Grinding gets so annoying in Nuzlocke. Not usually, but like for this Nuzlocke. It's starting to get a bit annoying. Gliscor. We should be able to take out a Gliscor though. Yo, what's up, Cortez? We lost the run like right before DNL came in. Like 20 minutes ago, we lost the run. We lost the run to freaking. We went up against a Virizion and then I don't know. We went up against a mythical Pokemon and then a legendary Pokemon. Denial's bad luck. No, he came after we lost the run. Ole! But oh my god. It felt so bad. We beat the second gym. We got up to the trainer who has the Lucario. I forgot her name. And she had to have 2 like legendary freaking Pokemon. Like what the hell? And she just sweeped our team with Virizion. Like we almost killed the Virizion too. But we died. We also lost half our team to the second gym leader. He had like an Aerodactyl that hit ancient powers over and over. He got the 10% boost with the ancient power. And then his second Pokemon was I already forgot, but it was also like an annoying Pokemon. He was doing so well till I left. True. I don't know if that's true. You were right in front of me. At this point, I'm just like so tired of looking at this. Like, I'm not tired of it, to be honest. It's just, I'm like, because every Pokemon is randomized, I just don't know. I don't know. I could make it easier so that the randomized Pokemon are like the same level the trainer's Pokemon would be. But then it would kind of defeat the purpose. I could also skip the Nuzlocke. So we could have... I think I might do what Dinell is saying and hold a vote on Discord and see what people vote for. But you guys troll too much with the voting on Discord. No. Like I put, should I keep a green screen or should I put like my background? And 8 people voted for green screen. And then 4 people voted for background. But 3 of the people were the same people. Oh no, Nathan actually voted for background. 2 of those people were the same people. And then option 3 is... I guess we'll stick with the green screen for now, but... The thing is, if I'm able to beat this Nuzlocke, it would be so freaking hype. And it would be I think like a cool YouTube video. But it would be hype like for like with you guys too, you know? I don't think Dinel wants to vote skip his own song. And I don't mind the song, it's fine. Because we're talking about me finding a girlfriend, so it's okay. Well, you're still a child, but because when you don't care about what other people think, no one's gonna care about what you think, and then you're gonna live a shitty life. So, yeah, I don't care that you don't care. I like this chill vibes. It is chill vibes. I will say this Nuzlocke does give way to chill vibes generally. Yeah, that's a good lesson, God. I have shitty life. Well, maybe change your attitude. You'll have better life. That affects part of how your life is. So, yeah. Ayo, this is a great song. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mill Tank, look at those udders just... Oh, she doesn't even care. Look at that. It's kind of funny. Milky, exactly. Butter jelly time. That used to be so big when I was a kid. It's such a dumb song, though. We're gonna just verse the first guy. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Where you at? It's so good. Such good singing. Oh, we might actually lose right here. It's so annoying, bro. I had to skip it. What is this song? What the hell is this video? Bro, how do you find these weird songs, bro? I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing brain cells. I'm losing... Fluffy tail. I don't remember what that is, but I remember it being okay. Bro, the video looks so cringy. Oh my god, I can't watch it. No one click on the link. Mentally disturbed ping pong. That's what's happening. Oh god. Oh, nice. You guys are just picking beautiful songs. Milkshake is one of those songs that's funny and then gets annoying. Should we make the skip 3 votes instead of 4 votes? 4 votes seems to be a bit high. But we average about 8 to 9 viewers generally, so I think it's... Then if most of them are lurking, I don't know. Well... Okay, I don't want to hear this guy's voice. Nazi? Oh, God. Arceus. Jesus. Oh, finally a good song. Yes, thank you. The song's actually awesome. It's because you have too few viewers. Active viewers, yes. My la hoo, my la ha, my la ha ha, meno seba umanu mahe. Hello. Salute. Why is this what even when it's a good song, you don't put the like good version of it. Why is it like Kraken? Jesus. We can't find any ice type Pokemon either. This would have been perfect when we ran into Miltank. Why do I keep having to pee? Guys, I have to keep pee-peeing. I know you want it. At this point, I think I'm just gonna challenge the first gym just with Blobby. Venusaurite. That's so useless. You know what's crazy? We found an Obama-ite for Mega Evolution right after we lost him. It's so sad. You need to put it as a reward so when we see the cow, we can play it. Yo, that would be actually so good, yeah. Let me make a note of that. I have so many things I have to put. Milkshake. Yeah, but then people would just put it for any reason. Just to hear the song. But it would be like 20 seconds, I guess, or whatever. That sounds like a good idea. I could do that. I put my milkshake in your mom. Nice. Make it just 5 seconds. Okay. I like that. I like that idea. No more requests. Oh, snap. Damn right. It's better than yours. It would be too annoying for more than 5 seconds. Okay. I'm glad that you think that way too. And it's not just me. Alright, we got 2 minutes of it. I think that's fair. Oh, you wanna skip your own song? I'll skip it if you want. I was just joking. Oh, this sounds so good. I'm not gonna skip it. It's annoying for like 1 second. You mean it gets annoying after 1 second? It gets annoying after you hear like, my milkshake gets to the bottom, damn right, it's better than your. Like that's it. That's all I need to hear. And then it gets annoying. We're getting so lucky with RNG right now. I'm trying to lose the run. I'm like kind of intentionally trying to lose the run, and we're getting really lucky. Just need that part. Yep. Yeah, I could do that for sure. I just isolate it on Audacity, put it on the application, and then make it a reward, and it should be good. Stop getting lucky. Nice emote. What the hell? I don't know what to say. You put on so many annoying songs, God. At this point, I'm just gonna put on my own songs and not have song requests anymore. I'm probably not. I'm too nice of a person. You keep getting random sobs? That's cool. I love this song. Probably. That's not how that works, God. Good try, though. That's a lot of emotes. Love you mucho. Wow. Bro, I remember listening to that type of stuff and even making that type of stuff on YouTube when I was a kid. I was a crazy kid. You were like me. You're like how I was when I was a kid, God. Maybe less so. I mean, maybe you're like more extreme than I was, but I would also like put on the. I would find those funny for some reason. Yo, let's go. Those are the best emotes, baby. Look at those sexy emotes. Nah, they're probably not the best, but. Wait, did Powder Snow? Oh, it's still disabled. Okay, we might lose here. This is where we might lose the run. Yes, it's not disabled anymore. Oh my god, it does like nothing. Okay, we lost the run. GG's. 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 I'll be honest, I didn't try too much there. I feel like if we don't have Kyurem, it's just not a good run. I'm as big as me? Make a new account. And maybe don't do that, but imagine she's like, this seems like someone that I've banned before. That would be crazy. Wait, is that her emote? I don't know, it's not. I was like, that doesn't look like her. What do you do? Like, when you do exclamation point song, do you actually add these songs to, like, your playlist or something, God? Or are you just, like, curious to see what it's called? The song's kind of slow, so I'm gonna Nope. Nope. Gotti. Gotti. Never gonna hit those notes. Oh, was that a different version? Oh, I kind of feel bad skipping it now. Name it Leonard. It's the bag. True. And then one day she's just looking in a mirror and she's like, D-Nell Gigabyte? Wait. That name looks super familiar. And you'll be like, no, my name is Leonard. Just call me Len. Kind of sounds cool. It doesn't really sound cool, but all right. I'm gonna go back to improving stuff for stream. I gotta go pee pee. I've been peeing so much. I've been drinking a lot of water though, so that's good. Call me Lens. Yeah, that sounds kind of cool, no? I mean, D-Nell sounds awesome because you're awesome. So, you know. Am I the only streamer that says your name right? Do other people say D-Nell? Because you told me it was D-Nell, and I like tried to make an effort a long time ago to like say D-Nell. And I feel like I say D-Nell like most of the time now. Rayquaza? Oh my god, I wish I could have you. Oh. D-Nell is lame. I don't know, it's pretty unique. Elliot is pretty lame. We both have lame names. How about that? Lots of people call me different things. Some people call me Gigabyte or Giga. Oh, okay. What do you prefer to be like? What's your favorite nickname on Twitch for yourself? Yeah, this is from Dragon Ball. I don't even watch Dragon Ball, but I think it's a good song, so I have it in my playlist. We have 2 more runs left, by the way, guys, and then we're probably gonna go to community games for tonight. I'm not that stupid, God. I don't fall for stuff like that anymore. I like it when people call me daddy. Ooh, I'll call you daddy. Cause you're of age, so it's okay. I'm very ageist like that. Okay, daddy. Oh yeah, God loves calling people daddy. Oh. I really gotta pee. I haven't heard girl voice in so long. Oh my god, do you miss it? Do you want me to put it back? Yeah, we'll probably put it. Community games. It's been a long time since community games. I think people are tired of this Nuzlocke. I'm not sure, but maybe. I'm maybe bing bong a little tired of the Nuzlocke. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I miss your sister more. Sheesh! You mean my stepsister, right? Should I bring her back? A lot of people don't know about her. Just end it, bro. It's time. But we have 2 more runs. If we get a Curum, then it'll be crazy. I'll hold a poll on Discord. I think that's a good idea. I like making the community decide. I know about her. She's pretty. Actually, Cortez, have you seen my stepsister? Have you ever seen her? Like live? Bring your sister. I miss her so much. You have? Okay. I think you're one of the last people to see her live. So, pretty crazy. Bing bong, suck my ding dong. Those are good bars, actually. I loved when she came by randomly. Yeah, me too. Those were cool. I've been here a while, boy. You have. What am I saying? You're with us through, like, Breath of the Wild. You were with us. You have been with us for a long time. That is true. I've seen her before on the one website. Okay, this next run is the run that changes, that could change literally everything. I'm not even joking when I say that. This is the last run I have, like, this is the last file I have created. Okay? This is when things get intense. If we have a Curum here, which is a very low percentage, then the run continues, and we have a high likelihood of it being, like, actually the last run. If we don't have a Curum, I don't care if it's an Ice-type Pokemon, it might be the last run ever. That being said, if it is a Curum, I'm also gonna give, like, 5 subs. Ping pong, go bing bong while eating my ding dong with King Kong. Isn't that good bars, bro?
Ping pong, go bing bong while eating my ding dong.
I love how you TTS'd it afterwards. I've seen her before on the one that skip this easy. Thank you. I got. Should I make that into a TikTok? Me saying that? Ping pong, go bing bong while eating my ding dong with King Kong bars. Check me out on twitch.tv/pingpongmoosters. Is that a good idea, guys? We're gonna name ourselves PP this time. The final run. Oh, I got a pee also. Talking about all this piss. The final run. Can you include me? Well, it's too late now. You're not gonna be in the TikTok. I don't know if those are good TikToks when I just do random stuff. Oh, your song was age restricted, so it couldn't be played, God. Sorry. Okay, you guys are ready? This is the moment of truth. This might be a good song for this, actually. Smoking out Cheek and Chong. What? That sounds kind of racist, and I do not condone that behavior. I said it right this time. Do not condone. I gotta pee so bad. My bladder is gonna burst into tears. I don't know if that's a thing, but... Alright, the moment of truth, baby. If it's ice, I'll coom. Okay. The moment of truth. Will we get an ice-type moment Pokemon? Will we get Kyurem? It doesn't matter if it's a nice type Pokemon. We need Kyurem. We've had him 1 out of 168 runs. This is the final run. I'm pressing the button. Wah, 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 wah. We don't have it. F indeed. We're gonna do community games now, but I've been holding my piss in. I don't know, bro. Do I have STDs or something? Like, why do I have to piss every 5 seconds? I'll be right back. Gotta go to work. All right, see ya, Dina. Wait, you're working so late? Let's see ya. After 169 runs. Guys, after 169 runs, I admit defeat. I cannot beat this Nuzlocke, and I implore you to try with the settings I have enabled. It's impossible. That is all. I pressed the wrong zoom. Oh god. I'll do it again. I guess I won't come. Lol. Let me do it again. This might make it into a YouTube video, so. After 169 runs, I give up. I think this is the end. It's just impossible. Oh my god, it's zooming out to zoom back in. I didn't tap the wrong button. It's just zooming out to zoom back in. That's why. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not gonna screw it up this time, okay? Okay, you guys ready? I'm not gonna screw it up. After 169 freaking runs. No, you know what? No, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I keep screwing it up. After 169 runs, I think it's over. I just think it's over. I implore you to try this challenge. This is too difficult. Goodbye. Alright, let's go to community games. I'm gonna do, I don't mind continuing the challenge per se, but depending on what people want. So I'll put a Discord thing, see what people think. Go back to browser ping pong over here. に幸せがあることを We're back. Come join the fun. We're gonna do some words on stream. We'll see how successful that goes. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do for now. Ooh, nice Bowser. I like that. あの日の苦しみさえしてたあなたと共に離れない苦いレモンの匂いまでは帰れないだは私の光ooh, it actually has music off. It remembers from last time. Science. I'm a genius. I'm gonna move my head to the top left here. So it doesn't block stuff as much. Still blocks stuff though. I'm gonna make a new thing to zoom face out plus in for games like this. You can't see the last letter. You could look at science for everything. Yeah, I'm gonna move my face right now. How about now? Oh, actually, I could just do this. That looks so funny. I could just do that though. That's actually really funny. Alright, now we're good. Sorry. Nice. Nices. Niece. We have nieces, but not niece. Let's go. We got level 1. Let's go. It's a great song. Yo. あの日の悲しみさえ愛してたあなたと共に If we don't get more peeps soon, I might message the Discord because I know some people who love playing this game. Faculty, nice. Ooh. Oh my god, guys, we hit the 12-month mark. Did you guys notice? It just changed. The 12-month badge just popped up. The 1-year badge. It looks so weird, right? Oh, that's so cool. We started streaming in February, but I guess for some reason it hit now. Welcome, Cassie Honeybee. How are ya? How are ya? Vault. Nice. What else do we got here? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. We're just playing Pokemon and decided to go to some words on stream. Because, I don't know, because it's fun. Do you play this game a lot? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, this is from Haikyuu. Oh, this pumps me up so much. This song's so good. I just realized that the stream avatars might be in the way. So I'm gonna remove them for now. Only really this week. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. So you're new to the game. Oh, that's cool. It's such a cool game, right? I really like it. What do you think of it so far? And what's the furthest you've gotten with a streamer? Not like that, but like with the game. That sounds weird. Never mind. It is a lot of fun, yeah. I agree. For me, like I did a 22-hour stream on the game, trying to beat the world record, and oh my god, it was so hard that I was like, I stopped playing the game for a long time after that. But yeah, I'm not really sure. It's daytime for me, so I'm playing during work. Oh, nice. Or, you know, maybe not nice. Daytime. Let me guess. Do you live in Australia? I feel like around this time, people who come in a lot of the times are Australian. I don't even know if it's daytime in Australia now, but I think it is. Nope. Cassie Honeybee. Cassie. Daytime. Are you in I don't know. Can you give me a hint of where you live? That sounds really weird, but like the country, if you don't mind me asking, I guess. Pole. Let's go. We beat the level. Asia. I was gonna guess Asian country actually. I should have guessed it. Peephole, nice. Not that peepholes are nice, but like nice that you guessed peephole. Korea? I was gonna guess Korea before. I guess like, yeah? Oh my god, I'm a genius. Wait. Do you teach English in Korea? If you do, I feel like 10,000 IQ right now. Yeah! Oh my god! That's so crazy! Piantissimo here is studying Korean right now, actually. The reason why I guessed that is because I was an English teacher teaching English in Japan for 2 years. So like whenever like I'm so happy I guessed that right. I did go to Jet. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Have you been on Jet? Like did you also do Jet and like you're in Korea now? Cuz I know a lot of people do that. Oh. I'm just like grinning so much because like I don't know, that was like the best time of my life. So talking to people who were or are in similar situations is just so cool. I haven't. I was Epic in Korea a few years ago and came back with Joey. Oh, cool. I don't know the programs with Korea, but now I know. Epic and GOE. Arugula. Oh, that's a good word. Oh, are the kids on break? Is that why you're like playing, or it's just not a busy day? Oh, it's so crazy too, because I thought of going to Korea after Japan to teach English. Imagine I met you in Korea. That'd be so crazy. That'd be like so interesting. Oh, what happened to the song there? What words are good here? I can't think of any words. Garl. That's how you say girl. I don't know. They're about to go on winter vacation. I have to do English camp soon. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, girl. Oh, that's so. Oh, do you? By the way, if I'm asking too many questions or it's getting annoying, just let me know, and I'll stop. But like, do you enjoy your? Well, I guess you do because you went back there, right? So I'm assuming you really like it. You don't mind? Okay, cool. Like, do you really like enjoy teaching there? What words are good here? I literally can't think of any word here. Well, we lost that one. It's nice, but also miss home a lot. It's a lot harder this time. Yeah, that makes sense. COVID hit when I was in Japan, actually. So I could slightly understand or like, you know, empathize with that. Let me hit up the word on stream beast people, the people that are amazing at this. Playing world on stream right now, just on the Discord. I'm gonna because some of them are just amazing, and we could get pretty pretty far with them. Yeah. What like where are you from originally? Canada, US? Pigsty. Oh, that's a good one. I'll steal it. Thank you. I mean, I'll put it. US? Cool. Yeah. I don't know what Korea. I haven't like looked at all what Korea, like how Korea's handling like everything. Is there like a lot of lockdowns or like do you guys use Zoom or something to teach the kids? Or like everyone just wears masks and they're like 6 feet apart in classrooms? Because in Japan, like they closed down schools right when COVID hit. And then they put us back into schools. And then they, like, it was kind of all over the place. And from my understanding, it's still not back to normal, which is probably the whole world, but yeah. Yep. We're still doing classes for the most part. I know some schools went back to virtual last month. I guess it would depend on the spike in cases. Right. I guess every country is handling it like that, depending on a spike on cases. You know, well, in the US, it depends on the state, but damn. Spit. Oh, you got spit. Tipsy is a good one. Oh, I miss traveling. It's so funny when I was younger, I never cared about traveling and stuff. And after I Oi, what's up, Chi? How are ya? What's up? We lost the most recent run, unfortunately, in Pokemon, by the way. What was I gonna say? After studying abroad in Japan and living there, I like fell in love with like just living in, like I want to live in other countries now to experience different cultures. It's just so cool. How you doing, Dochi? Mask anywhere outside your home. Plus the QR codes for our vaccines and contact tracing. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That does sound rough. Everybody put your hands up. The thing is, like, from my understanding, because of because of Omicron, it seems like COVID is gonna become endemic, meaning that it's gonna be like the flu. It's gonna be around every year. It's too late to get rid of it. So my assumption is that they're going to ease up on restrictions worldwide soon-ish, maybe after this winter, but I have no idea. Like, it probably depends on the hospitalization rates. Like, that's the biggest problem from my understanding. Like, when hospitals fill up with patients and they don't have room to take other people. Oh, donkey, that's the big word. No, you get. I just saw it. I mean, nice. We're a team. Good job. But yeah, my assumption is when hospitalization rates start to go down, things will open up more. But of course, they could be opened up depending on where you live. So, you think you have some lag? It's possible, yeah. That would suck though. They tightened hours up last month and extended until I think the first week of February. You'll be you're leaving in spring. Oh wow. What's your plans for afterwards? Because I know most people struggle with what to do after teaching English abroad. BRB? Okay, cool, Chi. Wait, sorry for reading that late. How are you? So we should ignore it? Oh, my bad, Chi. I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. Sorry, I was so concentrated on what I was saying that I missed your messages. I apologize. Gomennasai. Damn it, we lost. You have no plans? Oh. Listen. I hope to God that you're the type of person that's okay with that, or that, you know, you find something. Because speaking from personal experience and people that I've spoken to, not having plans, jeez, my nose is stuffed. Not having plans after teaching English abroad can be really rough. It's okay, Cortez. We're gonna get to level 30 now. I don't know. You got mascara pretty quickly. Ooh, masa is not a word. Are you thinking of masa like Indian curry or something? Welcome back, Chi. I'm glad you're doing fine, and I'm doing good. Sorry for missing your messages early. Gomen nasai. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I mean, I'm thinking of stopping the Pokemon runs because they're so torturous at this point. Like, we had like so many good Pokemon, and we still lost because of the randomized Pokemon. So yeah, Masa's like corn flour for making tortillas. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's that too. Jesus, we're doing bad in level 1. Last time I worked during doing that online English tutoring for China. Ah, that's right. I remember reading. I was thinking of doing that actually, personally. But they can't do that now. Some companies are going global, but it's a slow crawl. Yeah, the reason I say it is because when I came back, well, I guess like you were saying, because you've experienced coming back from teaching English abroad. But when I came back, I started doing YouTube and Twitch and Uber Eats. I stopped Uber Eats though, but I'm still doing Twitch and YouTube. It's almost my 1-year anniversary of Twitch, but whatever. Like, I was struggling so hard with like reverse culture shock, or not culture shock, but I miss Japan so much. Like, I had panic attacks. Believe it or not, just like of Japan. Congrats for my panic attacks. Damn, Cassie, that's messed up. I'm just joking. I know. I know what you're talking about. For the 1 year, yeah. Fair. The XY ones have been going on for so long. I've not been tempted to coming back to watch them. Thanks for being honest about that, Jay. I'm gonna do a Discord poll to see what people think about me continuing this Nuzlocke or not. Yeah, reverse culture shock is for real, but I don't know if that's considered reverse culture shock, what I went through. It is stressful though, yeah. Yeah, let's get Raft in there. Thank you, Cortez. The funniest thing is I never got culture shock. When I went to Japan, I was like, I think because I fit in with the culture more than I fit in with the culture here, to be honest. Yeah, that's not good. Panic attacks, it's not good. But I'm much better now. I almost never kind of like reminisce about Japan, like, and like get sad or whatever. But I was for a good like 6 months, or I don't even know I don't remember how long it was, but I think it was around at least half a year. I was like struggling every day to just and then she puts fart in to just like go on day by day. Like, I just felt terrible every day. I would look back at pictures, look back at this, because the kids also got me stuff like before I left, and I had such good interactions with people. That was hell. That was pain. But now I'm good. I went home and then was looking at leaving again. Bro, I understand. But I had too many health things this time, so I'm going home yet again. Gotcha. The thing for me also was that COVID hit like around the time that I was gonna leave. So honestly, I don't regret leaving. But when I came back, tackle is probably the big word. I just see that from Pokemon. I've been playing so much Pokemon, all I see is tackle. Nice, Cortez. Oh, I was so lucky with the kids I taught, with the students I had. Not only was I lucky with that, but I was a good fit for that environment, I think. Like, just so many puzzle pieces fit with that job for me. And And I got lucky. But what was I gonna say? I don't remember. Oh yeah. I was gonna say when I came back, like COVID just shut down the entire, just everything, and things are still kind of shut down, kind of. The environment you could see is just, it's still in that COVID state, and it's kind of depressing, you know. This time around has been rough for me. They put me in an all-boys middle school. Oh, damn. I'm assuming, like, you're a girl, so. Damn. That sounds challenging, though. I like teaching, so for me, it would sound maybe challenging. Well, I don't know your experience for that, but also, I'm not a girl, so. Sounds like you really like teaching your students. Yeah, I loved my job. I also taught it. The biggest negatives about Japan were that things were moving too quickly, meaning that coworkers would be forced to go to different schools. Foreigner friends that I would make would just leave because they would work for a few years and leave. So things would always change. It never felt too stable. But at the same time, I was getting used to the job and teaching at 4 different schools that I wanted a change of pace. But yeah. They can be mean, but a lot of them are really good, and it makes up for it. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I really liked teaching because I'm not the type of person that, like, I'm thick-skinned for certain things. Like if someone makes fun of me, like, I'm not very prideful. Like, I could take hits or whatever. So when kids would, like, make fun of me or stuff, like, it didn't really affect me. Not that they would make fun of me all the time, but but you know. And I was just very lucky with the coworkers I had. Most of the coworkers I had. Can confirm cis males are hit or miss in high school. Oh no, I cried a few times. Oh damn. But you're still there. But well, you did say you're returning in spring. Damn, it is a mentally taxing job, I think. I think depending on the type of person you are, the experiences that you go through, you know, can shape and change and challenge you in different ways. Because the type of person I was, or that I still am, is a type of person that kind of blames myself for things. It's much easier to not be influenced by my external environment. I still am. Everyone is influenced by their external environment. But, like, I would get mad at myself if a lesson went bad. I would get mad at myself if kids were getting rowdy and I couldn't control them. Because at the end of the day, like, I would always point back to myself. So, you know, that has its pros and cons and stuff. But, yeah. I didn't want to up and quit, though. I do like it here, so I decided to finish the contract. Good for you. Good for you. That's a hard thing to do. I know people who quit contract. I knew one person who quit their contract, you know, not like because they were suffering with stuff. Oh, I love this song. But also because but like they really didn't like their job. And they actually replaced me at my schools. And they left early, and they made, like, I don't know. I think it's very admirable for you to finish your contract, especially when you're dealing with stuff. Pepe Jam. Yo, the song's so good, right? I blame myself for things that go wrong. People have told me off for saying sorry so much. Yeah, I blame myself also. I blame myself a lot. So we're similar, Chi. At first I thought it was my own fault, but I realized they treat other teachers the same. It's a little disheartening. Damn. Person I replaced had another lineup, but they backed out. Oh, damn. I think teachers probably worldwide have to deal with students that just don't give a shit. That's why I think the best teachers tend to be the teachers that accept it and kind of go with the mindset of, I hope I could change at least one student, you know? Which is a very hard mindset to get into. Okay, it looks like C is a fake letter, guys. I think C is fake. What is the big word here? I don't know what the big word. Person in our place had another lineup, but they backed out. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Dean, Dine. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe C is there. Inked. Nice. A was fake. Oh, damn. My bad, guys. I'm stupid. Maybe try signed, guys. Like, I think signed is a word. You might be leaving around now. Okay. If so, then I'll press the bye-bye button. We lost. No. Hey, we got to level 8. That's actually not bad, guys. So, I'll press the applause button for that one. Good job. Cortez in first, Cassie in second, me in third, and then Chi. By the way, is your name Cassie? Like, what do you prefer being called? Like, Cassie or... Cassie works? Okay, cool. Don't? Let's go. Oh, this is... You could say you're actually working now. Because you're working on your English comprehension or English... What's the word to remember? Like, whatever. You're working on English by playing this game. So, it works out, I think, Cassie. Understand. Tome is not a word? Notice. True. I'm on PC, so it's helping with typing. True. I feel like I don't type as much anymore. Oh, interesting. See, I thought of doing the same thing you did and like teaching English again in Japan. Or even in Korea or somewhere, but like teaching English again abroad. But you could probably tell me this, but my assumption would be that it would feel so much different because it's like the second time you're doing it. Is that true? Does it feel like it's not as exciting or not as good or something? What do we do here? Dome. Oh, we got dome. Nice. What are the numbers next to the letters? Is that how common they would be? Does that mean 4 words with H are left or something? Like home? How is home not a word? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, no, never mind. It is. We just passed the level, Jesus. It's totally different. My mom's visiting right now, and she said she doesn't feel as excited either. But it may be different in another country. I spoke to a South African friend of mine who taught English in Korea, I think Taiwan, and in Japan. I met him in Japan. He said that it didn't feel as exciting in Japan because he already did Korea and Taiwan, which makes sense. So, and now you're saying like, I mean, you're in the same country, obviously, but you're saying it's not as exciting. Oh, that is kind of sad. Wait, what? I think that's how many points you get. Oh, I think you're right, Cortez. I never realized the numbers though. It's funny. That is kind of sad. Yeah, I think that's the nature. I think that's how human beings are built, though. I think humans are essentially built to kind of explore. We can never be satisfied, you know? Damn, you guys are getting all the words. Rough. Ooh, we all just got a word there. Nice. I think humans can never be satisfied and that we acclimate to different environments pretty quickly. So with COVID happening worldwide, obviously a lot of people got depressed and suicide rates like increased and a lot of bad things happened. Obviously COVID also happened. But I think over time people acclimated to wearing masks all the time or to doing XYZ. Obviously there's exceptions, but I think people generally acclimate to things. So it's just something that's inevitable. But without that, it's sad, but at the same time, it's amazing. Because without that, innovation wouldn't be a thing, right? We wouldn't be able to talk to each other right now. Because the human beings that made the internet or whatever, it's like, they had to be bored enough to do that. You know? I don't know. I can see that kind of, especially with shopping. Wait, like, oh, like you get used to shopping, but in the beginning it's kind of scary or whatever, right? Is fuser a word? Let's see. I guess not. Yeah, I guess with yes, I got roughs last second. I looked for words that weren't plural yet, that didn't use s. I mean, getting bored with stuff, so you just go and buy more stuff. Oh, I wasn't talking about that, but I think that's definitely a thing too. Damn, the English teacher is beating all of us. Finger. I definitely... Because I lived in such a small studio apartment in Japan, I was forced to kind of like, when I kept buying stuff, I was forced to stop. Because it was just cluttering everything. And I actually started like becoming minimalistic. I would watch like Japanese YouTubers who are minimalists. And that kind of made me stop doing that. Now if I want to relax, I eat late at night. I watch anime. I watch YouTube. I don't know. I stream? Nah, streaming's not relaxing. Gotta talk all the time. Still fun, but I hate having so much time until I have to work. People always ask, what do you want to do as a job? Like, come on, leave me alone. I have way too much time on my hands while having a lack of being good at deciding. The funny thing is, because you're still young, Chi. I'm still young too. But like, I feel like we grow up in a system with school and stuff and parents and society kind of pushing us to figure things out at a younger age. But I think the reality is most people don't know what they want to do. And a lot of people don't get a chance to live out their dreams. That's something I started realizing more and more recently. That we're living in a generation, and this obviously doesn't include everyone, but a lot of people have the choice to pick what they want to do, which is amazing. But also, you get into paralysis of choice, where you have so many choices, you don't know what you want to do. At the end of the day, like, we're all human. Most of us probably don't know what we want to do. Or if we do know what we want to do, we're not putting the effort into doing it. We need one more point. Nice, Cortez. Okay. But yeah. IQ plus, let's go. I got lucky this time and got a bigger home. I have a small loft. Oh, nice. I actually liked that I lived in a studio apartment, like a small place, because I could tell people, like, I could feel like cool that I lived in a small place. And I also, it just felt very homey because I got used to it. I don't know. Like, I never misplaced anything. Everything was in front of my face, you know? Here I mainly buy stationery to take home. Ah, cool. Having too many choices stresses me out. Oh, same. Same. I have to remind myself that I have to, like, from time to time remind myself that I don't know what the alternative is. I'm not living in an alternate universe. I don't know what my life would look like if I never started streaming and I taught English in Japan. I have no idea how that life looks. So there's no point about wondering about it, you know? That's what I try to do. Like, I want to do game development, but, you know, that's way too much work. Okay. I kind of feel like showing my place from Japan now, but gotta do what works for you. Yep. Yeah. If you can. Some people don't have the opportunity or possibility, or they don't give themselves the opportunity to do what works for themselves. Some people do what works for their family, which might not be what they want to do, which I think I want to give more respect to, you know? What's up, Depth? Nice coming in clutch with Iceberg. Hell yeah. Ah, damn it, nice, you got Berg. What's this song? Ah, she requested it. Little Taka Demia? Little something. Hello, Pimpong. Pimp-ong. Yes, I'm a pimp. I'm not a pimp. Kinda messed up. What's up, Depth? How you doing? How's life? How's Jesus? How's Moses? How's life? How are you doing? I believe its English name is Shiny Ray. Well, it says little in Japanese, and then it says some other stuff, which I don't know. Maybe little Shiny Ray, maybe. But English and Japanese, you know, sometimes they have Japanese names for movies that are completely different than the English names. It's really funny. Let's go with Chip, since we got chips. You're doing good? Hell yeah. From Little Witch Academy. Oh, that's probably what it says. Yeah, little. It says Little Witch Academia. Yeah. Daiichi Kuruson Kurechito. Oh, like the cool song credit? Like it's like an opening, right? Anyway. Psychic. Ooh, nice getting Psychic. I should have gotten that with all the Pokemon I've been playing lately. Opening of Season 1. Oh, that's why it says Daiichi, like Chapter 1. Or like number, like Chapter 1. I'm gonna put an announcement. I just lost a Pokemon run. I just lost a run with a full team before the 3rd gym. And it was a pretty decent team. Please vote below if you'd like me to skip this Nuzlocke and move on to something else, or to continue. And I'm gonna make a Discord post for that. I got Psychic, but wrong spelling. It is a weird word to spell. Damn it, Cassie. Oh, she got hips before you. Hips don't lie. Na na na, time on. Gonna make this Discord post. I just lost a run with a full team before the 3rd gym, and it was a pretty decent team. Please vote below if you'd like me to skip this Nuzlocke and move on to something else, or to continue. Yeah, let's do that. Try peace. Maybe peace is a word? I'm gonna try to help out, but let me first add the emotes. Oh, S for skip. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, I didn't think of that. Wait, where's the C? Oh, I found C. Okay. I'll just put both of them, and now you vote for which one you want. Thank you. We might lose the run because I'm concentrating on this right now. Sorry. There we go. I just want to give enough time before tomorrow's stream. That's why. I'm back. The screen's gonna flicker possibly one more time. Okay, it will stop flickering now. Sorry about that, guys. Cape. Heat. Coat. Is X fake here? Coat. X is fake. Pate. Coat. Taco, nice depth coming in clutch. Nice. Good job, everyone. The letters are called regional indicator. The letter, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Good to know, I guess. Thank you for that, though. Ooh, I think this is the furthest we've gotten for today. And we've been playing for 3 hours. No, we haven't. We've been playing for like... How long have we been? We've been playing for like 20 minutes. 20, 30 minutes? 30, 40 minutes? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I love this song. The song is so funny. Wake up in the morning, feeling yawning. The thought of family chicken got me feeling horny. I will never understand those lyrics. By the way, for those that didn't notice, we have a new subscriber badge for the 1-year badge. Because our 1-year anniversary is coming up next month. That's kind of cool. Or I guess it's this month. But we started actually streaming February. No longer eating chicken for dinner. Oh, it's okay. It's only family chicken. Family is Family Mart, which is like a 7-Eleven in Japan. It's the chicken from that 7-Eleven type store. So if you go there, you don't want to eat that chicken, I guess. I've eaten it before though. I don't think I felt horny, so. Oh. that the zoom got screwed up. Oh, I gotta fix that. What the hell happened to that? Sorry about that. Don't say PP, what the fuck? That was Chi that redeemed it. I should probably turn off certain channel point redemptions for this game. People will get mad at me. Like the zoom in. Oh yeah, we're gonna end stream after this, so let's try to at least push to like level 15 together, guys. Ima itsumo ikuzo. How good is your Korean case, Cassie, if you don't mind me asking? Ikufro family with life ima itsumo ikuzo. There's no one really to raid right now, so gotta stop pressing all these buttons. It is the bare minimum. Oh, okay. I honestly didn't think I'd be here a second time. Just kind of happened. How long did you spend there? Like the first time you went and the second time? Like, did you go for like 3 years, 5 years?
Hello there.
Michelle, what's up? We're gonna end stream after this. After we lose the next time, so hopefully we don't lose soon. Yeah. How you doing, Michelle? Always love seeing you. How you doing? A year last time, and I'll be here a year this time. Okay. Oh, that's cool. So you will at the end of it you would have spent 2 years in Korea. That's literally the same amount of time I spent in Korea. That's crazy. And the first year in Japan. The first year my Japanese sucked. Second year my Japanese got much better. Still sucks, but got better. Oh, Tusk. Oh, Michelle got Tusk. Or Emma. Nuts. Jesus, Michelle. Calm down. I'm probably gonna eat some nuts actually after stream. Ooh, turns is a good word. Ooh, we need one more word. Turn is a word. It's like if I try to use Korean, people still try to talk to me in English. You see, I got so lucky in so many ways with Japan. I was in a location in Japan where it was not like a big city, but it was a city. So a lot of people didn't know English. So they wanted to speak English to me to practice their English, but a lot of people would just resort to Japanese, which was so good. I loved that. So if I would move to Korea, I would hope to be placed in or to live in an area that's like, you know, that's conducive for learning the language, because I love language. Is just so interesting. But that makes sense. Also, you probably meet a lot of foreigners and communicate with them more than like the natives, right? My Korean right now is like, I don't even know what that means. My first place had like nothing. It was all rural. Oh, wow. This time I'm in a city and pretty close to a bigger one. Oh, cool. Which do you prefer? Or is it just like different experiences? Buckle. That was very lucky. You got it because luck. I don't know. That was a good one, Michelle. Buckle. I don't remember seeing buckle that often. Buck. She's trying to curse, but she's saying buck instead. Why am I trying cruel? Hi, what do you want to drink? I want to drink orange juice. Thanks. That's funny. But I mean, listen. That just looks like random characters to me. So you're definitely better than the average human being, because the average human being cannot speak Korean. So I like both. I live rural at home, and it is better for your health in a lot of ways. But I also had to, yeah, I feel like rural is better for your health. That's actually interesting. I would want to see like statistics backing that up. But my assumption would be like that's correct. I also had to walk 1.5 miles to the bus station to get out of town. Damn, that must be hard during like cold days, or like I don't know how cold Korea gets, but my assumption is it doesn't get that cold. I've been to Korea. I've been to Busan, and for a few days only though. To Busan and Seoul. There's a distinct Korean hairstyle, I feel. It's funny. Art is fake. You could look at the way to know which Jesus, Michelle, you're killing this. The way to know which letters are fake is to look at the biggest word that's been guessed. So in this case, buckle. And you know right away R is fake because of that, essentially. Welcome back, Depth. We got Michelle here, so and you, so we're not gonna lose. And everyone else. You're half an hour from Busan. Oh, cool. 34 degrees. You would use Fahrenheit, right? Do they use Fahrenheit in Korea? I know what they use. Yeah, they use Celsius in Japan, I think. But Korean is like, yeah, I don't know. Korea uses Celsius. Okay, good. That was my assumption. I wasn't sure though. Most of the world uses Celsius, right? Clean air, Pagyu. Oh yeah, that's a great point. Actually, I had very heavy allergies since I was a kid. Always had stuffy nose and stuff like that. And it went away as I started getting older, but when I went to Japan, it disappeared completely. Like, Jesus Christ, living in New York City, there's some cool pluses, but there's a lot of negatives also. My phone is set to F automatically. Oh, nice. My voice sound, yeah, my nose has been stuffed since I've been sick like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, America just wants to be built different in a lot of ways, you know? They're like, we don't want to do it that way. Oh, the NUZLOCKE rules popped up. Probably have to get rid of that. So long to be where I'm going. I think I had COVID like a week or two ago. Because my brother got tested and he had COVID. And the whole family got sick. So I think it was COVID, but I don't know anymore. And I still can't breathe. Well, I could breathe okay, but my nose is still stuffed a lot. Why can't we all just use Kelvin? True! The scientific way, right? Probably because it would get complicated with those numbers. Or like not very natural to say. I don't know. I don't know why. They have a ton of good food. Damn, we're killing it. I thought we would only get to level 15. Like, that was the goal, but Michelle pops in and it's like, we'll get to level 100. Going. I mean, that's why millimeters and centimeters and all that, the metric system works well, right? Because that's the scientific way to do it too. But America's like, no. Ooh, it's 5 letters now. I got Taurus. S is the secret letter. I'm useful. And Chi got moist. Jesus, Chi, calm down. I've had kimchi, but that's about it. And ramen. You know what I miss? Like 0 equals absolute. True. Not true? You don't think we could get to level 100? You know what I miss a lot about Korean food? I mean, I was only there for vacation, but chicken and beer is everywhere. Am I wrong? Chicken and beer is so good. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just so good together. And it just tastes like, oh, so good. I couldn't eat a lot of the food in Korea. Same in Japan. Because there's a lot of, like, pork-related stuff. They even had a restaurant dedicated to just pork-related food. And I'm Jewish. I don't eat like pork. White shining through on you. I can't. Jesus, Garda. Oh, chicken is everywhere. Let's go. I was right. The moment I saw M-O-I-N-T, I thought moist. Yeah, I thought Tor, and I was like, let me try Tors. I always try plural words because, yeah, I don't know. Chicken is everywhere. Oh, my favorite ramen is the Korean ramen, the red and black like thingy. I don't know what it's called because it's in Korean, obviously, but like, oh my god, it's like spicy. Oh, it's so good. I don't know what that food is. Deprived. Chicken is everywhere. I don't drink, so I'm not so much around the beer. Fair enough. I can't really eat a lot because it's so spicy. I love spicy food. Yeah, you gotta do 5 letters for it. No, we lost! Shit! My bad. I talk too much. I don't know if it's my bad, but good job, everyone. Good job. We'll play a little longer. I like the vibes right now. Bulgogi, it's pork, I think. I can't even handle even a slight bit of heat. Ah. By heat, I'm referring to spice, not temperature. Oh, okay. Then yeah, that makes more sense. Cassie being first. Emma, Michelle almost becoming first. Jesus. Yeah, I wasn't trying for that round. My bad. I'm just too concentrated on like the conversation. I did get tours though. I got that. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm sorry. I can't. I forgot English for a second. I love when that happens. When you're so enthralled into a language that you forget the other language, like your native language. It's so funny. It's so cool. You feel like a boss, but then you can't say much, and you just remember that you're not that much of a boss. I stole a lamp from you. Let's go. All right, this is the last set of rounds, though, for sure. Okay, guys? Chicken is awesome. Yeah. Depth, how good is your Korean? Depth is in the Philippines, but... Bro, you guys are so multicultural. It's because I stream at, like... it's because I stream at, like, 1 a.m. Eastern time. So, yeah. I get all audiences here, which I love. I mean, I don't know if I love it, but I don't mind it. Limp. I can only do basic Korean. I love learning languages. Yeah, languages are fascinating. I was learning Russian and Russian. And then the teacher that was teaching me got pregnant and left me. Not with my child, not with me, but she got pregnant. Well, she had the baby, and then she left. Did you stop Oh, that's right. Another reason why I haven't gone back into learning languages is because I've realized that I focus on way too many things at the same time, and I want to like be more linear in the way I focus on things. That's why I'm like really focused on Twitch and YouTube right now. But yeah. You should hear how McDonald's is spoken in Korean. You know what McDonald's is in Japanese? Makudo narudo. I think in Korean it's similar, right? I'm bilingual. German and English. Oh, that's so cool. I'm Jewish, so we might not get along. I'm just joking. Anytime anything German related, I like making I'm like making jokes like that. Hey, welcome back, Dino. I just realized to say, hey, yo.
I'm leaving to watch YouTube. Also, if anyone can speak more than 3 languages, good job.
Thanks for popping in. I like how you had to say it wasn't your child. Listen, you gotta, in case we misunderstood. You never know. You never know. Teacher Big Prego. Bro sex? What? I can't even speak one language. McDonaldo. That'll do. You see? It's similar in Japan. See, when people are like, oh, it's racist, right? To say certain things in Japanese, like if they say Makudonaru though, that's how you say McDonald's, right? And it's like if they were being racist, they would still be accurate because there's a lot of words in Japanese that sound like that. It's just kind of funny. I can't sleep, so I came to the stream to see. Aww. That's so sweet. Where's my aw button? There it is. I seem to see a lot of Germans online who also speak English. Well, I mean, like, speaking German and English is... Speaking 2 or more languages in Europe is pretty common, no? I mean, Cassie says they're, she's, American, but, you know. Most know English, yeah. Okay, see ya, Chi. Yeah, I love this song. Every time it comes up, I love this song. What did I want to say? Natural and land, it's somebody else there. America's the only country you only need one language. Not true. Japan, you only need is Japanese. It's like 98% Japanese. A lot of Muslim majority countries, you might only need like Arabic. But in America, knowing only English, you could, knowing only one language, you could still travel the world and speak to a lot of different types of people. So if that's what you're meaning, then yeah. Wait, why'd I get an IQ minus for that? Pepe D. That's what I meant? Oh, okay, yeah. That's actually when I spoke to Japanese people. You have to leave? Okay. Oh, thanks for the follow. Have a great one and enjoy work. See ya. It was nice meeting ya. Everybody's there. What did I want to say? A lot of Japanese people I would speak to would tell me that would ask me, why are you learning Japanese? And I would be like, because I live in Japan. And I would be like, why are you learning English? And they would be like, because if I travel anywhere, I need to know English. Knowing Japanese doesn't help. And I was like, wow, that's actually pretty fascinating. It was great to be here. Aw, that's so sweet. It was great meeting you. I hope you have a great day. That's it. I'm done with Japan stories, okay? I want to make a Japan-related emote. What do you think it should be, guys? Because obviously I have some history of Japan, and I talk about Japan I used to talk about Japan a lot on stream. Wake me up when it's... Shut up, guys. You guys are such an asshole sometimes. Whatever. I'm gonna try now also in the game. Is that the emote I should make? My face, but like that. That's a good emote. Go with pores. Feeling warm and bright. Me as a geisha. Jesus, you know what? Okay. Me as a geisha. I have so many notes from today's stream. Emote. I think with the anime blush lines. With anime blush lines. What, and my eyes are really big too? We need Pink's sister on stream again? My stepsister or my actual sister? Probably need both. Poros. What is poros? I mean, not like my actual, not like my stepsister's, not my actual sister, but you know what I mean. Why not both? I love that meme from that commercial. It's like the taco or something. Soups. Nice. Poros. Filled with pores. Oh, that makes sense. Is it porous? Poros? Okay, we need 68 points, guys. And if we get 69, that would be even better. So let's think a little bit here. Soups. Nice. You love this song? Oh, cool. Wait, stop. We gotta think of words. Spurs. Oh, we need one more word. I don't want to read chat and get distracted. Okay, we got it. Okay, puss. Puss! Oh! We're talking about porous, so that makes sense. Like, absorbent and yellow and porous. He is. That's racist. I don't know. Absorbent, yellow, and porous is he? Yes, I hear that on a daily basis. Me crying at this song. It is a very good song. Oh, that's cool that you like this song. SpongeBob SquarePants? Oh. Oh. I get it. I never really watched SpongeBob, so. I guess I might as well end stream now, right? No, I got Joker before you. Oh, I actually got. I know there's delay, but like getting the biggest word before Michelle, that's like an accomplishment. That's dumb. I should have gotten that. What does claustrophobic means? It means he's afraid of Santa Claus. Stop it, Patrick. You're scaring him. I don't get it. I'm not a sponge guy. Go to horny jail. How am I horny? What are you, Nathan now? What the heck? Exactly. I agree. What are you talking about? What you talking about? I feel like doing like an 8 or 11 hour stream now like I used to. But I gotta work on improving stream outside of stream and editing videos for YouTube. Whore. Damn, Cortez. That's not how you spell that word. Na 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 na. Whore. I know that's like the hoe, like the farming hoe, right? But it's still funny. Chore. Nice. A good one. Excuse me. What other words are good here? Are you gonna stop continuing the Nuzlocke or switch? I put an announcement on Discord, so it depends on how people vote. I don't mind either way. My goal when I stream is several fold. One goal is that it's entertaining and people enjoy it. Another goal is that I'm enjoying it. Which usually ties into if people enjoy it. If people enjoy it, I usually enjoy it. So it's kind of the same thing. So let's just say making sure people enjoy it / it's entertaining. Second is I want part of the stream to be content for YouTube. And that's pretty much my only goals for stream. So, true, exactly. So, as long as I could get those two things done, I'm pretty happy. And lately with the Nuzlocke, it feels very slow. So, you know, if people prefer not having the Nuzlocke, then I prefer it. Because that means it's not entertaining enough for people. Or is that a partnered? Oh, Twitch votes? I never even saw that emote. Table here, flip this. What are these emotes, bro? You've been doing a lot? What do you mean by that? I've been doing a lot. How long have you been doing Nuzlocks for? A couple of months now. It's we've met some cool people from doing Nuzlocks, but it hasn't grown my YouTube channel or my Twitch channel as much as I expected. I think I might just go back to I think I like the new idea I have to kind of make different challenges every month. Like I'm really excited for next month. For anyone who doesn't know, we're going to do a Super Mario speedrun challenge where I'm going to try to speedrun the game in less than 20 minutes. Like, I kind of like the idea of doing that. Like, starting streams off with tier lists or certain content for YouTube and then moving on to challenge type stuff. Because then, like, we could go into different communities, meet new people, and also just have hype over something, you know? I'm not even tired necessarily of Nuzlocks. I'm tired of this particular Nuzlocke a bit. Nuzlocks are there's so much you could do because you can make up your own rules and play different Pokemon games. So I'm not really tired of Nuzlocke, but it doesn't seem like people are like loving Nuzlocke so much. So I think it's okay to change things up, you know. You know, people are here for me, not the game, right? Right, guys? Except Michelle. Michelle's here for the game. But but I respect that. Codfish, nice. There are only so many people who watch Nuzlocks. I don't know. There's a big enough community on YouTube for it, and then you could push people to your Twitch through YouTube. I thought I would be doing that, but I just wasn't successful with it. I'm not good at marketing myself. It's funny. I went to a business school, and I was reading a book about like, it was like how money is not important. It was called something like that. And my business teacher is like, "Oh, it's funny that you're reading this book." Like, I feel like I'm not really made to like market things or to be a business oriented person. Or if I am, I'm not really big picture. So I have to just kind of do what I'm good at. I don't know. I don't know what I'm good at though. Yeah. New people are here for just the game. Give us thousands of points or millions. You're still here, Dino. So we can bet them. Let's go. Michelle is still here. I think what I've realized when I stream is that there are certain people who are there for only certain games, but there are certain people who are there no matter what game. And if I could grow the amount of people who are there just in general, that's fine, right? I don't know. I don't like overthinking stuff. I used to do that way too often.
Hello there.
Hello there, Prince. What's up? I got 11.1k channel points, and I don't know why. Oh yeah, the watch time is by the months. You could check out the Reddit to see monthly watch time. There's like a leaderboard, but yeah, I'm here no matter what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even though this is like coming up near the end of stream, it is. But it's awesome to see you. How you doing, Prince? I just like talking to you, bro. Aw, I like talking to you too. I'm there whenever my schedule doesn't need me. True, and I appreciate that. I don't have anything against like anyone really, because we all have our lives, right, to live. If someone comes for a certain game, that's understandable. If people come because of their schedule, that's understand. Like, it's just the observations that I'm seeing, you know. It's just like interesting to me. Do you have points on your account, Ping? I have unlimited points.
Hello there.
Rolls, nice. Welcome, Reem. Nice getting trolls. Special. Oh, I guess you've been in the chat before, because we have some. I'm looking at your logs, and you've September. Jesus, Reem, you probably don't know this. The only reason I know this is because I'm looking at the logs. You were here September 15th, 2021. That's like when I started streaming. Wait, I don't even remember streaming on Twitch. September. Oh no, wait. That's like. Wait, that's a few months ago. Wait, I'm a dumbass. I thought that was like a year ago. Never mind. That's still pretty crazy. But what's up? So you could do a bet and put 1 million. I don't know if I could bet though. I have infinite amount of points as a broadcaster, but I don't know if I could bet. Yeah. I maybe I do need to sleep. Yeah, you guys are right. I'm actually dumb. Oh my god, it's been almost half a year. Damn. I was gonna say my follow date is in March 2021. Damn. Dude, give me 1 million. I can't give points though. And Doctor too. I can't give points. I could give more channel points for you guys to use points on, but yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'm like way off in my head. It'd be funny if Reem is like, wait, this is why I never. Oh no, okay, you put a lol. Never mind, okay. It'd be funny if you're like, this is why I never came back. This guy's stupid. それだけさ。それだけさですよね. I love Lisa a lot. Yeah, this is a great song. This is from Demon Slayer, right? Kimetsu no Yaiba. We'll do a bet where Doctor chooses heads or tails. You add 1,000,000 and I'll add 1 point, but I win. How could I? It'll be heads or tails. How do you know you'll win? Oh, gold. What a weird word. Dogecoin. Damn, Michelle, I didn't know you invest in them. It is from Kimetsu no Yaiba. Yep. I don't know if it was made for Kimetsu no Yaiba, but it's in Kimetsu no Yaiba. There's a lot of Japanese songs that are just songs that weren't made for the actual TV shows, but a lot of them are made for the TV shows. So he'll just give me the points. Oh, because he's a mod. Oh, I get it now. That took me a while to actually understand. Hey, I got a word. I always get dole. I don't know why dole is a word. Yeah, Dogecoin. How you doing though, Prince? How's life? How's Jesus? How's everything? You know, a lot of the times I feel pretty good when we play this game. I don't know why. It's just a chill game. You said dole? Aw. Porn. Oh, it's 5 letters and above. Never mind. Grouper. Why does it sound like a groper or something? Groper. Groper is a word. Haha, I got it. I still got it. Not that I still got the groping skills, but I still got the words on stream skills. We could also do it for Doctor, and then we could do a TikTok. True. We could do that. The only J-pop artist I listen that doesn't necessarily sing for anime is Kenshi Yonezu. Yes. I think he's one of the most famous, so that makes sense. Be back in like 5 minutes. Don't die. Okay, Cortez. We'll try not to. We only need one more word. We should be good here. Oh, grope. Come on, guys. We had groper. Think about groping. I don't think about groping, but like, never mind. Then I guess I'll just add a 1,000,000 reward to get rid of them. I can't give channel points. Pong out of context. Yeah, I'll make it into a TikTok. Don't worry. I like making dumb jokes like that. It's better when I can see people's facial reactions, though, because then it's like, you know, more satisfactory. But that's why my end goal, I've said this so many times, but my end goal with streaming, one of my end goals, kind of starting goal, actually, not end goal. One of my starting goals is to have a streamer house or to stream with other people face to face. Because I feel like that would make for some entertaining content for you guys. And it would be fun for me. We're missing one word. Oh my god, Michelle. How do you not know this word? Oh my god. It's okay. Good night, Dinelle. I hope you could fall asleep this time. May Jesus be with you. Michelle is first, though. Followed by Depth, me, and Cat. You're such an asshole, Dinelle. I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna do that. I was gonna remove it, and I forgot to remove it. Shit. Oh, we lost so much time. I'm sorry. That's a channel point reward. Welcome, Night Owl. Good timing to come in. Oh my god. Well, you can only redeem it once per stream, so you guys don't need to worry about that happening again. Harmony, Howery. Jesus, Michelle. I have no idea what that means, though. Moan? Depth. Chill. You guys need to chill. Jesus. The Night Owl is normal, putting words like manner. By the way, welcome, Night Owl. I'm assuming you're a night owl, and it's very late at night for you, but Lamau. Hello. Wait, stop talking to me, Night Owl. We need one more word. I'm just being an ass. I'm joking. Hello. But we do need one more word. Harmon. Mormon? Marin? Guys, we need this word. We lost so much time, but if we get this, this would be beautiful. We're at level 21. Oh! Oh my god, Reem. Can we get... I'm gonna press my applause button for that. That was beautiful. That was actually beautiful. Last second. Mayor. Oh, that was so clutch. Alright, let's continue. Sheesh. Good job, everyone that guessed words there. You were all useful that round. Nice. Seiji? Oh, I thought I got that. Gay-sir? I am not gay, sir. But I mean, it's fine if you're gay, but... I make such dumb jokes. Oh, it was greasy. Oh, it was greasy. So dumb. Okay, it was greasy. It was greasy. That makes more sense. Sorry for writing gay, sir. I was like, gay, sir? Is that a word? Greasy, greasy, greasy. I'm literally not helping. Graze. Rages. Let's go. I'm helping now. Oh yeah, graze. Right, the other way of saying graze. Almost ate my pen. Welcome, Happy Clappy. What a beautiful name you have. Geyser is a word? What? Geyser. I love that emote. I don't know why. Geyser is not a word, Depth. What are you talking about? You're thinking of geyser. Listen, I was an English teacher. I know what I'm talking about. Geyser is not a word. I looked it up too. Yeah, geyser. It's with an E. I just spelled the word. You did. I is not even a letter here. Resay. What do you want me to resay? I is not even a letter here. There you go. I reset it. We got Michelle in first, Depth in second, me in third, and still Cassie in fourth. Wow. It's not even here right now. But carp. Oh, this is 5 letters above. I knew that. Ramp? I was so sure of that. Ignore that. Sorry, guys. Depth got cramp. So we have cramp so far, okay? Keep that in mind, guys. Cramp. C-R-A-M-P are good to go. I'm actually trying now, and it's really hard. Cobra? Cobra Kai? No? Okay. Poor. Wait, that's 4 letters. We got cramp. What? Oh, nice. Camper. Well, campers are not nice. They're very annoying in games. Tramp. Damn, Night Owl. You gotta chill, bro. This is a PG stream. I'm just joking. Crepe. Nice. We got crepe, cramp, and camper. Oh, here's Kenshi Yonezu, I think. So. How about pamper? Nope. Camper is still missing 1 letter. O. So camper and O. Camper and O. Camo? Cameo. Cameo's a word. Cameo is not a word. Compare. Beautiful, Night Owl. Looks like we're not winning this one. Coomer. I'm in Cummer. Moper. Level 25 is not... Ooh. Level 25 is not bad at all, guys, okay? Alright, let's pat ourselves on the back for that one. GG's. We will end stream, unfortunately, right now, though. We went 40 minutes above what we usually do. But thanks for joining, everyone. You know, I hope you enjoyed. Nice seeing you, Michelle. It's been a while. It's nice seeing everyone. And have a great night or day. Whatever it is where you live. Well, let me put my face here also. So you could see my face. Where's my face? This is so scuffed. Where's my face? My face. My face has disappeared, guys. Can anyone find it? Oh, I found it. I found my face. Oh, there it is. My face is back. There we go. My face is back. Have a good one as well, Michelle. See you all next time. It is cool, right? I know. Wait, I pressed the button. It's supposed to... I pressed the wrong button. See you guys.